Okay, so we should be live now. So today, for anyone that is in chat, we are going to be hosting a small tournament today. Oh, hey Kafka. Yeah, we're hosting the Ranked League Champions tournament, where the top 8 players can join for the prize of the new Wood Elf vs Skaven DLC. So let's see. Yeah, this is mostly just to test out a new bot that I made, and giving a little bit back to some of the people that helped me test it out. With all of that out of the way, I am joined today by my co-caster Dacder, who will be
Hello.
helping me out. Oh, sorry about that.
There's got to be at least one glitch in the broadcast, every single time, and let's just say that was it, huh?
Yeah, well, we'll kick it off early, but anyways, yeah, this tournament stream is going to be pretty quick. We only have 6 players and not too professional, as this is one of the first tournaments that I have hosted. So we'll see how it goes, but it should be fun. And we have some pretty nice players lined up today. So Dacder, what are your thoughts?
Well, we have some players that did really well in the ladder, the ranked ladder coming into this. And then we have some players that are a little bit more proven in the tournament scene, and I think it'll be interesting to see kind of which one of those groups tends to do better in these best of threes.
Yeah, for sure, quite a few of the players here are definitely familiar faces to the general multiplayer community. We have, let's see, we got Ben the Barman, of course, Valkanos and Android Poetry, Pugnobon, Zero, and Newport playing today.
Yeah, I'd
Also,
say this is like a pretty like balanced mix of competitors too. Like I don't know, I don't think there's a super clear favorite out of any of them.
yeah, I think so. We did have Grombrindle 2, who had played some of his games early, and took out two of the top players in two of the highest elo rated players in the tournament before having to drop out due to IRL reasons.
Ah, interesting. So he just
Yeah.
came in, killed some dudes, and got back out.
Yep. So yeah, it's too bad we won't be able to see him play today, but completely understandable. And of course, we should be having a nice few games today. Also, while we wait around, I can show off my sick bracket. Oh man, whoops, that's not. Oh no, there we go. Okay. Yep. There we can see the players hastily thrown together with my extremely high production value. Yeah, those are the players we have today. Top bracket is Android, Valkanos, Ben the Barman, and the rest are in the bottom bracket. Oh, whoops! Oh man, it just showed the build. Oh my gosh. Well, anyways, with all the slight missteps out of the way, I believe we should be good. I'm also going to be testing out my new screen blocker here to yeah, it's just going to be showing all the previous games that have been played today.
Nice. Now, starting to load in. By the way, what do you think about this matchup, Tomb Kings against Lizardmen?
Ooh, let's see. Well, Tomb Kings do definitely have quite a bit of punching power in their range units. Ushapti come to mind for having very high AP, but the Lizardmen have much stronger infantry and quite a few monsters that could be a threat. So with those thoughts out of the way, would you like to go over the Lizardmen army?
Sure thing. So the Lizardmen have Gar as the Lord, mounted on his Carnosaur, with it looks like Hand of the Gods. He has a Skink Priest of Beasts with Manticore Summon and Flock of Doom, a front line of Sar Spears with Shields, And then Saurus Warriors with shields. There's 8 Saurus in total, so definitely a very heavy metal infantry kind of build. Then he has 2 Chameleon Skinks, a Solar Engine, and a lone Pterodon in the sky as the skirmish component. Definitely a no holds barred, full melee rush kind of build.
Yeah, definitely a lot more infantry than we're used to, but Saurus builds are definitely you see from time to time. As for the Tomb Kings, we have a nice group of cheap infantry with a mix of Tomb Guard and the Kepler Guard also. So Tomb Kings today bringing the whole spectrum of infantry from cheapest to most expensive. But more importantly, for their actual killing power, they've brought 3 Ushabti Great Bows and the Eyes of the Desert, along with their lord, who will be Setra the Imperishable. Now, a quick question for you, Dacder. How do you feel about the Eyes of the Desert in this matchup?
Well, I'll admit that I'm not super familiar with this matchup, but in theory, they should be really good at taking down big armored monsters and also flying units. But when you look over at the Lizardmen build, I don't know. The fact that there's no casket here kind of concerns me for Valkanos. He doesn't have that much infantry killing power, and that's what this Lizardmen build is really focused on. I think it's going to come down to whether or not Cetra can just hard carry.
Yeah, Setra really being the main anti-infantry here. It does look pretty rough for the Tomb Kings, I'd say. So, do you have any ideas on what they'll have to focus on to win it here? Or is it even just a lost match before it begins?
No, I wouldn't go that far. I think the biggest thing is going to be Krotgar. If the Tomb Kings can snipe Krotgar, I don't think there's going to be a ton to deal with Cetra, just because there isn't a whole lot of mass in this whole Lizardmen build. I guess the Solar Engine also, if that can be shut down early, it won't be able to accrue any value, and that could be really nice for the Tomb Kings. And certainly, the Tomb Kings have ways to shut it down, given that Ushabti Greatbow have a pretty similar range. In fact, they have a little bit higher range than the Solar Engine.
Yeah, and especially with 3 Great Bows, it's probably going to be pretty rough. But nevertheless, I'm not too convinced that the Tomb King's front line will be able to hold versus 8 Saurus. Let's see,
Yeah.
Setra. He doesn't have any AoE spells aside from his normal ability there. But
Oh,
yeah,
does he not have? Oh, he doesn't have Incantation of Desiccation? Oh
oh,
no. Okay, that's bad. He kind of needs that in this particular case.
and if you could just quickly remind our viewers and myself, what does Incantation of Desiccation do?
It's kind of like a Helm of Discord, just one that you can cast in an area rather than around yourself.
Ah, I see, and
That
this
would
is
be really nice for helping his infantry trade a little bit better, but without it, and yeah. Oh, Way in chat saying that if Cetra had incantation, then the infantry grind wouldn't be as bad. Yeah, and without it though, it'll be pretty bad. All right.
yeah, for sure. Let's see. I should update the scoreboard, says Papa Palpatine. Ooh, yeah, I'll get to that if you could just start, if you could carry this on for me,
Oh
Doctor,
boy,
while I fix
Krotgar
that.
going in deep, really deep, like right in front of the Tomb King's army, standing there menacingly deep. However, the Tomb Kings are choosing instead to focus on the Solar Engine at first, which, fair enough. They will do a lot of damage to the Kepler Guard, especially because of the fire damage against the regeneration. Already 11 models taken off the Kepler Guard. Meanwhile, these Pterodon riders kind of suiciding into the Eyes of the Desert. A little bit sloppy on the execution of this rush. Uh, Elements coming in a little bit disjointed. Now, with that being said, the Saurus are hitting the front line now, and that'll be pretty difficult for the Tomb Kings to deal with without any real AoE abilities or chaff clearing other than Cetra, but we'll see how they manage. In the meantime, the Solar Engine is already gone. It's going to be shattered. Really nice early pick. And in the meantime, Krokgar coming back in. A Manticore has been summoned, but It's not doing a whole lot. I can't actually see where it went. Interestingly
It
enough.
looks like the Manticore is being caught up on Setra right now, but
Ah,
taking
there it
quite a bit
is.
of damage.
Yes, it went on to some Grapo, but it didn't manage to get a model kill. So, not the most successful Manticore summon. Meanwhile, Krokar getting in so deep. He's gonna be in some trouble here, I think, because he is up against the only thing in the game that can stagger him, surrounded by the Tomb King's ranged, and also Tomb King's infantry.
Oh, sorry, just gotta fix some sound settings. If you could help me out.
Oh yeah, sure thing.
Yeah,
Now
yeah,
the
just
uh, the
continue
lizard
on.
men are starting to break through the front line, but with that being said, Krokar now getting the Eyes of the Desert and the Ushapti Grapo all turned on him. He's down to under 2k HP, and his leadership is below 0. He is routing off the battlefield now, and the Tomb King is taking a decisive advantage in this game, despite not really having the best tools available to counter this Lizardmen build. Now, with that being said, the Chameleon Skinks are online, and a second Manticore summon has come in, but I don't know if there's much of a path to success in this game anymore for the Lizardmen. The Saurus are basically going to have to kill everything all by themselves, which they are very good units, but they don't really have the staying power or the mass to deal with Cetra on his Sphinx. And all the mass with this second Manticore summon in the game are now gone. There is no more mass on this entire Lizardmen roster other than the Manticore, which is about to dissipate or at least rout off. So yeah, I'd say that it's looking pretty bad for the Lizardmen right now. But Krokar does come back. He casts the Hand of the Gods and whiffs completely, which, I mean, that's one of the dangers with that type of ability. He is
And
getting shot at by great bows once more, and I think it's just a matter of time before he dies. And with him gone, I think the chances for the Lizardmen to win this game will be gone as well.
yeah, and he is getting peppered pretty hard by the Ushapti, getting brought down to 400 HP, about to rout off, and surprisingly enough, it looks like the Tomb Kings are going to be pulling through here.
Yeah, and I mean this is why you can't call a game just based on an advantage of builds, because I think the Lizardmen had a cool idea, but just the execution was a little bit off. They were a little bit too just disjointed when they came in. I think they really needed to send the Saurus up first and kind of sit back with the more valuable targets that can be sniped by the artillery. Instead, the valuable targets went in first before the Saurus were able to make an impact, and with that, the Lizardmen build just kind of fell apart.
Yeah, it looks like the elite infantry of the Tomb Kings too are holding especially well here. And without Krokar, the terror on a nearly full HP Cetra will probably be too much for the Lizardmen today.
Yep, and the Lizardmen are going to shatter, and game one going to go over towards Valkanos.
Yeah. So very well played there. Although I missed most of it trying to fix tech issues. So quickly before we go into the analysis of this of the game, uh, let's just get a quick update from chat to see if you're still hearing some echo coming in from Dacder. Just change my settings a tiny bit, and hopefully that helps out. Okay, so while we wait for the response, I guess we might as well start. So yeah, what are your thoughts on that game?
Yeah, like I said, I think it's just a case where Android Poetry came in a little bit too disjointed. With a rush like this, timing is kind of everything, and making sure that everything hits the optimal moments, and it just wasn't quite there for him. But I like the idea.
Let's see. Yeah, I think what's it? I missed most of that game. So but
Yeah, don't worry.
onto the picks and bans though. It looks like we have Norska from Valkanos banning Vampire Coast and Greenskins with a counter pick of Empire, which I think is pretty standard here. But the map
Yeah,
is Troll Country.
Yeah, this is a very meta kind of matchup, really. And I don't think Troll Country really affects it because it's not like Empire really wants to go artillery here anyway, and Norska obviously can't go artillery. I guess the only thing that it limits for Empire are like full kite builds with a bunch of Pistoliers and Outriders grenade launchers, but those aren't super meta either, as far as I know. And this is like a very standard matchup in this meta, just because Norska isn't great into Empire, but they are a good first pick and they have worse matchups. So you see this a lot, I think.
Yeah, and as for the current meta between Norska and Empire, I think it's you usually see a pretty defensive build from Empire, probably about 3 handguns and a whole bunch of spears.
Yeah, a whole bunch of state troops. I actually prefer Huntsmen to handgunners in this matchup, just because I think that the anti-large is more valuable against Norska than the armor piercing, and also line of sight issues aren't a problem. But that's just me. And then, yeah, you also see a lot of times Knights of the Blazing Sun in order to counteract Skin Wolves because of the fire damage killing the regeneration.
Yeah, that's true too. Now for the actual the nitty gritty micro of this matchup, what do you think the players will be focusing on mostly to get an advantage?
Well, I think for Norska, there are two ways to kind of win the game. There are two win conditions, and both of them involve shutting down the Empire ranged. They either have to use their spells really well on the Empire ranged, or they need to break through the front line with their spells and get onto the range that way. A lot of it really does come down to the wind spells, though. Boats, pendulums, burning heads, you name it. If they're used well, then it can be really difficult for the Empire to hold. On the other hand, if the Empire is able to dodge, then they tend to trade more efficiently throughout. So that's kind of the Empire's win con, is just to not get wrecked by spells.
Yeah, we'll be keeping an eye on that for sure then, seeing if Android Poetry has what it takes to come back to the rubber band match by winning this one. But yeah, we'll have to see.
Yeah, now which Empire Lord do you expect to see here? Because I think almost every Empire Lord is actually pretty viable in this matchup.
Yeah, it really depends on or partially at least depends on what type of magic you decide to take. I think if you don't want to take a lot of healing, you'll usually see a Boris or a Volkmar. But if instead you want to go with friends, then you'll almost always see a life caster. It also depends a lot on your cavalry too. The more elite it gets, the more likely I think we'll be seeing some life magic today.
Mhm.
It looks
Although I
like
don't think demigryphs are like a super good pick against Norska. You don't see them very often anyway. Knights of the Blazing Sun, I think, are a little bit better, but we'll see. It's up to play style as well. You can also even see like Balthazar Gelt just to nuke down Wolfric with the Overcast Plague of Rust net combo with a life caster or a light caster, and with Huntsman you can just kill him in like seconds. But we're in the game now. Which build would you like to go over?
I guess I'll go over the Norska build first for Valkanos in the blue corner. Oh, I forgot to change what's the scores on the top. I'll do that later. For Valkanos, with the blue banner, he has brought the usual Wolfric and a Familiar of Shadows Surely with the Penumbral Pendulum, and also Enfeebling Foe. But I think that's a third spell I see. He has actually brought the Withering here. Not super sure how common that is for this matchup, but will surely be used on Knights and Lords. He's also brought a Skinwolf Werekin, and seems pretty set to win any fights against the Empire Lords. Looks like he really wants to be getting a front a head-on fight against Franz, Boris, or Volkmar. And for his infantry, he's bought the usual mix of mainly Marauders and one Berserker, his mobility consisting of Norskin Warhounds and Skin Wolves, so not too unusual coming in from the Norska side.
Well, on the other hand, Empire with a pretty cool and pretty unorthodox builds. So he actually doesn't have any regular ranged units. Instead, he has Karl Franz uh, with his standard kit, a life caster with regrowth and earthblood, and then two great cannons and just a ton of infantry, like a ton of infantry. It looks like five spearmen, one halberd, a pair of great swords. No, sorry, quad great swords, and then three swordsmen, including the Sigmar Sun. You never see this many great swords in almost any matchup. It's pretty wild to bring it against Norska.
Yeah, but they would perform pretty well against the berserkers, though I believe. It's just that just about everything else would do quite a bit of damage, if I understand it correctly.
Well, the armor piercing of the greatswords is wasted. However, they themselves are heavily armored as well, and Norska doesn't have a ton of AP options, at least with their infantry. With that being said, Wulfric is a terror to all Empire infantry, and I'm kind of concerned for how they're going to deal with him, given that they don't have any traditional ranged units and they don't have any mass, except for Carl. I think Carl is going to need to like super hard carry this game.
Yeah, or perhaps relying on the great cannons to do a lot of the work, but this is a very small map as the engagement looks like it is on the way.
Yeah, and the great cannons are, it looks like, focusing Wulfric. Now, Hellblasters would probably nuke Wulfric pretty quickly, but I don't know about great cannons. They are doing, measurable damage, but it's not a ton.
Yeah, and they're specifically meant for AP too, and with the high HP of Wulfric, it's gonna take them a little while to take him out. But the fight begins. It seems like swordsmen are engaging on marauders, which is a pretty nice position for Norska. How do you
Ooh,
feel
this might
about
be
it?
a big boat. No, a pendulum actually nukes the Sigmar Suns, and I think Empire is getting a little bit out of position right now. They're pushing up and they're trying to start this fight early, but they have a defensive build. They have kind of this box, and these infantry units are getting forced out of the box, and it should be relatively easy, I think, for Norska to just isolate and kill them. You can see these great swords getting focused by Wulfric, just getting completely wrecked. Meanwhile, another boat coming in, and oh
Ooh,
my goodness, that is a lot of damage.
yep, instantly routing two of the swordsmen. And without support, those great swords should be running too, but Wulfric is down about 25% of his HP, and the Fimir looks like he might get sniped.
Yeah, but with that being said, Wulfric already down or already at 140 kills, and he still has 8k HP. I don't know. This seems pretty rough for the Empire right now.
Yeah, at the very least, though, they don't have any ranged troops to worried about, mostly holding the line with the cannons, which they are doing okay. But Wulfric is still at pretty high HP. If I was the Empire, I'd be a little bit worried at this point.
Yeah, and I mean, it's not like great cannons are going to be able to just burst him down out of nowhere either. And the skin wolves, like, they can just cycle charge all day long. There's nothing to pin them in place. There's nothing really to kill them except for, spears, but they aren't going to do it that quickly. And the skin wolves will just regenerate the chip damage that they do take.
Yeah, and we can see right now they're basically at full HP, completely untouched. But not too many kills yet on them.
Now, they've mostly been held in reserve this far into the battle. And maybe if there is a way back into this game, it's the fact that they are a little bit out of position to punish Karl Franz for coming in. So if he's able to come in, goon out Wulfric, maybe he can get a mass terror out on all this Norscan infantry.
Yeah, and with the it seems like the rather slow push from Norska as you would usually see, since the opponent usually doesn't have this much infantry, it has actually bought the cannons enough time to bring Wulfric down to half HP.
It's I can't help but notice that one of the cannons has already gotten like a full XP worth of damage, and the other one has just not gotten any damage at all.
Oh,
With
but
that
two
being
wind
said,
spells
double
come
wind
in.
spell coming in, nuking the halberds, routing one of the spearmen. Oh man, this is pretty brutal.
Yeah, and the Skin Wolves have free reign now. At full HP, they might be able to carry it out themselves, even if Wulfric goes down. But it looks like even that won't be happening, as
Yeah, Hunter
France
of
is
Champions.
near
Oh
dead.
boy. Yeah, Fran's getting Hunter of Champion, and the Skin Wolf Werekin there to babysit Wulfric. turns out to be enough. And the balance of power super heavily in Norska's favor. I'd say the game state even more in their favor as the Great Cannons are routing, and the Empire's win conditions have pretty much entirely disappeared.
Yeah, it seems like Valkanos has really come in ready for blood. He seemed about ready for even this much infantry. And as soon as friends landed to try to help, just the Skinwolf Werekin, Norska, Hunter of Champions, really just too much for Empire to hold here.
Mm-hmm. And really nice usage of wind spells. I kind of alluded to this before the game started, but I mean, 250 kills on Wolfric, a lot of that from his boats. And if I can find the Werekin, or not the Werekin, the Balefiend of Shadows, 77 kills, but I think he did even more HP damage than that would suggest. Just tons and tons of damage from those wind spells, nuking so many high value targets, the Sigmar Suns, the Great Swords, and really carrying the game.
Yeah, so pretty swift victory from Valkanos. So I'll go ahead and contact his next opponent. And while I do that, please give me your thoughts on the last two games that we just saw.
Well, I'm not super familiar with Android poetry, but I think he had some cool ideas. Definitely a very infantry focused player, which is always cool to see. I wonder if he's a chaos main in another life, or maybe in a future life. And yeah, but I think just a little bit mismanaging his win conditions, staggering his pushes a little too much. Like both games, I think he had some units that he kind of advanced too quickly and just kind of threw away. If he can clean that play up a bit, then I'm sure we'll be seeing more of him in future tournaments.
Yeah, so and for the next contender against Valkanos, we have Ben the Barman coming in. What are your thoughts on him? He's actually been a pretty frequent player, I think, in on my ranked ladder, and was rated, I think, second highest out of everyone else.
Yeah, I know Ben is a pretty darn good player in general. I've run into him quite a few times actually on ladder, like two or three times, which is about as much as I've run into anybody. And he's always good for a real scrap. I mean, he's definitely a solid player. Not super familiar with his faction pool, actually. I think he might play a little bit of everything. But I think it should be a pretty good game between him and Valkanos.
Yeah, although it does seem like he is a little bit busy, or he might be busy in the future. So we'll see if he has to tap out in this game or not. He does manage to get in. We are playing on Duskwood Plateau uh with, oh man. Ooh, I really mucked up my my challenge page, but I have a backup. And yeah, we are on Duskwatch Plains with Ben but the Barman picking first.
Yeah, and it is a midweek tournament, so it can happen that sometimes people have something come up with it getting too late or whatever. But hopefully, given the small size of this tournament, it won't be a problem.
Yep, just trying to squeeze it in right before the DLC, as we are expecting quite a few tournaments to be popping up as
Oh
soon as
yeah.
the DLC drops.
Oh yeah.
Which, by the way, we haven't talked about it yet, but the new Wood Elf and Skaven DLC surely will shake up the meta quite a bit.
I'm
Uh,
just excited to
yeah.
be able to first pick Wood Elves.
Oh boy, yeah. Especially with the Zotes, who would probably help out in a lot of their bad matchups.
Yeah, although I will say, I've said this probably about 100 times by now. I really wish Zotes didn't just look like lizards. They should have made them like giant mantids or something. You know, like those really colorful, like white and purple orchid mantids. They should have looked like that. It would have been way cooler. Just saying.
Yeah, I
CA hire
think
me.
Zyphos 2 is definitely not a fan of the turtle-headed zotes.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I don't play wood elves for the elves. I play them for like the trees. You know what I
Hmm.
mean? Like the angry tree thing. I like that.
Yeah, we got enough elves everywhere else too.
Definitely. And I mean, some of them suck, like dark elves. So
Ooh, ooh, shots fired.
shots
Uh,
fired, indeed.
yeah,
Now, with
but
that being said, it looks like we are getting into the pick bans.
yep.
Ben the Barman coming in with a Greenskins pick, banning Coast and Lizardmen, which is pretty meta, I think. But Valkanos, the Vampire Count main, coming in with his probably preferred counter pick, I'd imagine, the Vampire Counts.
Yeah, this could be bad for Ben the Barman, but I have played this matchup a couple times on the greenskin side. Definitely the addition of immune to psychology and stone trolls is a big help for greenskins. But how do you feel the meta has settled now that we're reaching the end of it?
I'd say it's like even to maybe very slight advantage for the counts. It's definitely not like a matchup where anyone can just pick counts and have a good chance of winning. I think you need to actually know how to play counts. But they have a lot of really good tools against greenskins, and they have a lot that greenskins have to prep for. They have mortis builds, they have like dragon builds, they have blood knight spam. There's just a lot for greenskins to have to worry about, and the converse is true too, though. Greenskins can go with like these weird black orc infantry boxes because winter box is not good against counts. They can go with relatively wide builds. They can go with skirmish builds. I mean, really anything can happen in this matchup. It's actually a pretty exciting matchup for that reason. Very dynamic.
Very exciting indeed, but sadly, it looks like Ben the Barman is actually going to have to tap out. We talked about it earlier, and indeed he is going to be busy. So, in the meantime, while we wait for Pugnabon and Newport to get their game set up, we can go over some replays from earlier in the tournament.
Well, on the other hand, I guess we could do that, or Ben is offering to stay in and play an exhibition match. So I guess it's up to you which one we do from there.
Ooh, sure. Let's do that then.
Yeah, I am quite glad because I was excited to see how this match would turn out. Just given the factions and the players, I thought it'd be a pretty good one.
Yeah, and especially just to see how the matchup goes. And this is especially useful too since I don't think this matchup will change too much after the new patch.
Yeah, although just for the sake of drama, we can say this is very possibly the last time this matchup will be played in a tournament before the DLC.
Ooh, that is true. Although there are tournaments just around the world, so we can't be sure that this is the last tournament before then.
Nah. For the sake of drama, this is the
Oh,
last one.
oh, apologies, apologies.
We're at the end of the world.
Indeed, we are. So while I get the other players ready, would you like to go over the greenskins or the counts?
I'll go ahead and go over the vampire counts, I guess. So they have Heinrich Kemmler with the Krell summon and the standard spell kit. We have double Banshee, which are very useful for the ethereal and terror. We have a front line of naturally zombies, although only three of them. Not going to see the full five. We have one regular Graveguard and one Graveguard ROR, the Sternsman, with their regeneration. Going to be able to grind out that front line pretty well. We have, it looks like, one Blood Knight, one Black Knight, a Dire Wolf, double Crypt Horror, a Vargulf, and a Mortis Engine. So we are going to see a Mortis Engine build. The one Blood Knight and the one Black Knight is a pretty interesting pick. I actually don't think Black Knights are super common here, but could be wrong, I guess. The dire wolves should be pretty good to chase things off, but really, I think the main power in this build comes from the Goon Squad. The double Banshee, Vargulf, and Krell Summon will just be able to wreck any Lord pretty much. Uh,
Yeah.
the Mortis engine also can drain down a lot of infantry if the Greenskins aren't prepared for it. Now, would you like to go over the Greenskin build to see if they are prepared for it?
Well, it looks like there are, let's see, 4 range units to hopefully be able to shoot down the Mortis engine. We got the usual 600 gold AP missile cavalry. The oh wait, no, actually, this is not the mangy marauders. These are the forest goblin spider riders with regeneration. A little bit of an uncommon pick for greenskins in general. I'm not sure how much we
Definitely.
see that here. And as for the front line, we see the usual large front line of big guns with an archer back line. Of course, the rusty arrows for their armor reduction, and also some night goblin fanatics, stone trolls, and Grom the Paunch pick too, along with 2 giant river troll hags. Now, the
Oh
river troll
boy.
hags are more common, but Grom definitely feels a little bit less common here.
Yeah, he'll definitely be able to kill Graveguard, and he's not terrible against cavalry. And he can also probably push around the Banshees quite effectively, but I am a bit concerned for the Greenskins. They could nuke the Mortis, and I guess in that case, the Orc Biggins could probably grind the game out pretty effectively. Although, I'm not such a big fan of the regular Orc Biggins as opposed to the Savage variant. But I guess in this case, it's not too bad because there isn't really any armor piercing on this entire Vampire Counts roster, so the armor added for the Orc Biggins could be quite effective.
Yeah, and also Papa Palpatine noting that Grom does indeed have an ITP aura, which could be useful here.
Yeah,
Um,
going with him and the double hag rather than the Black Orc Big Boss. Now, I'm really curious about this Giant River Troll hag pick. He actually has the Purple Son of Xerxes on one of them, and then he has Spirit Leech on the other. I have to imagine that Spirit Leech is going to be the only spell seeing any real use here.
oh really? So even the spirit leech against the banshees. How do you feel
Yeah,
about that?
he doesn't really have any other sorts of magic damage in general. Greenskins struggle to have magic damage, which is why a lot of times you see a Fist of Gorth, Gork caster here. Now, Spirit Leech isn't terrible at killing Banshees, but it isn't really ideal either. And the Purple Sun, I just don't think he's going to find much use for it. Now, he seems to have a lot of like chaff clearing or infantry killing capabilities in this build with the double rock drop of the Giant River Troll Hags. I suppose the double Mither against Blood Knights would be really good as well, or dragons, but there aren't any on the field. But I don't know. I'm a little bit concerned for this greenskin build. I think he was maybe expecting something a bit different from Valkanos.
Yeah, and the engagement does begin now, and that Mortis engine slowly creeping up will pose a problem to those big guns until presumably the archers are able to peel it off.
Yeah, and the Orc Biggins already actually taking a lot of damage from the Vargulf, the Banshees, and some Graveguard. Now, with that being said, a big rock drop coming in doesn't really hit anything, though. A little bit of a whiff. And meanwhile, the Dire Wolves getting onto some of the Orc Error Boys, that's definitely not the start that the Greenskins wanted to this game.
But we do see a large
Oh, wow,
purple
a
sun.
big purple sun.
Oh my gosh, just destroying those Stearnsmen. And there
Yeah,
is another rock
92
drop too.
kills.
So perhaps with enough of these AoE abilities, the Greenskins could just clear out all the infantry and hopefully kill the knights with the remaining big guns.
Yeah, the Mortis engine getting down to half HP and the Rusty Arrows alongside Focus Fire will definitely put some serious work into it. But with that being said, the greenskin front line already starting to crumble. The orc biggins really not holding up very well to the pressure. And yeah, I don't know, the amount of terror this front line for the greenskins, it's gonna have trouble holding. And the archers are right there, right next to all of these high mobility characters from the counts. I mean, maybe not Kemmler necessarily, but the Banshees are pretty quick. And now, meanwhile, Blood Knights getting back onto the Orc Airboys as well. They're mithered, but they still get the charge in. A counter charge coming in from Savage Orc or Biggins. But I don't know. They'll kill the Black Knights, I guess, but these Blood Knights might be a lot to handle for the Greenskins.
Yeah, and not only the Blood Knights, now the front line is collapsing, so there'll be Graveguard. And oh wow, a big stone drop. But the Banshees, I think, are still at full HP, along with the Vargulf too.
Yeah, and I think you really needed those Spirit Leeches. I don't know about the Purple Son of Xerxes decision because the Winds of Magic are very valuable here. Now, with that being said, the the Vampire Count's cavalry actually getting wrecked from focus fire and some really good peeling. They're taking a ton of damage, and the Mortis engine is going to get shot down very quickly just because all of these archers are actually still online.
Yeah, and we may also be set up for another Purple Sun to come in, depending on how many Spirit Leeches have gone down.
Not
And a Purple
many.
Sun here could be pretty devastating against the Vampire accounts. But Archers once again getting shut down by the Dire Wolves.
Now, on the other hand, both rock drops have been used, and neither really got any value. Both kind of whiffs. If those had hit, I think that this would have been a lot better for the greenskins right now. That being said, the Mortis down to 500 HP. It is being necked, but it's down to 400 HP now. 200, 100 gone. And with that, I think the greenskins have actually taken a pretty decisive lead in this game. Well, though, Grom also getting gooned right now by all of these single entities in the middle of this blob. He's down to 1800 HP. He does regenerate, but if he gets killed here, that'll be huge as terror routes will be massive.
Yeah, and especially with Kemmler on a horse, Rom should likely not be able to get out of this battle, but at the
Oh, but
very
the
least he's
Vargulf
buying a
does
lot of
die.
time.
And with
Ooh,
the Vargulf dead, there's nothing to actually pin Grom in place. He's
and
gonna
Big Gun's coming
escape the
from the back.
blob, and despite routing, it's totally fine. All he needs to do is survive, and he will.
Yeah, and we also see the giant river troll hag routing, but she'll be coming back too, along with a little bit more regen health.
The Blood Knights, in the meantime, off in the distance, getting killed by these Savage Orc Boar Boy Biggins with some help from the Death Creepers ROR. Now, Grom going back in, that's wild. I don't know about that decision. Although, ooh, if he gets killed here, that could be enough to turn the game on its head. He
Yeah,
is
the
surrounded
Banshee's
by
going.
Cryptors and also double Banshee.
But a nice moment of reprieve for the vampire counts. They managed to chase off the stone trolls, but it's looking like they don't have much left here.
Yeah, the balance of power super in the favor of the greenskins. Grom can cycle down these banshees. They don't have the mass to stop him from doing so. So even though they are ethereal, they aren't actually that scary in an endgame situation. A wall coming in too. This this could be enough to kind of seal the game.
Yeah, balance of power is swinging heavily. There are no more monsters for the vampire counts, and I'm pretty sure Kemmler won't be able to duel the remaining greenskin forces here.
No, the old man is being let down by all of his subordinates.
Yeah, and surprisingly enough, it looks like we have a win for the greenskins.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
really didn't think they were going to be able to pull that out, but a really great job of peeling for the backline and using those archers to goon the Mortis engine in the early game meant that the Greenskins really just held with all of their infantry. And also the Purple Sun, it's a wild pick, but it did a ton of work onto the Stearnsman and really helped make sure that the Greenskins won the infantry battle hard.
yeah, it took out like about half the HP off the Stearnsman. And yeah, you can see that one hag with 122 kills.
One of the Orc
Uh,
Biggins actually earned 2 XP chevrons as well, so I don't know what they were fighting specifically, but they put in some work.
And also a really nice defense with the archers there. We saw them get compromised a couple times, but with the with the savage orc cavalry, they actually got peeled for pretty quickly and were able to continue shooting for most of the game.
Yeah, and I guess this is one of the values of greenskin archers. They got compromised early by dire wolves, but dire wolves are not strong melee combatants by any means. And so the Savage Orc Error boys, with their pretty decent melee stats, were able to turn and kind of fight them off.
Yeah, definitely a very nice game to end off the current tournament season. Hopefully, we will be seeing more of that though, as even with all the mass changes, I do believe the matchup will stay mostly the same.
Yeah, very likely. I don't think either faction that will be changed too much with the next patch. Now, that being said, have we heard from our other competitors yet?
Yeah, so they should be available in about, let's see, roughly 30 minutes, I think. So we can go over one of the replay packs that we have.
All right. So, which one would you like to go over?
Let's see. Let's go over. Let's see if I can find it. Let's go over the games against more. So if you could
All
load that
right.
up and just pause it real quick, then I can join you as soon as I'm done with some management. Now,
All
you did
right.
speak a little bit about some of the factions changing with the upcoming patch. Let's hear some predictions on some of the most drastic changes in the meta for these factions.
Well, I think Skaven are probably going to be like the best faction now, just outright. They they've kind of been balanced around a limited roster, and those limitations are being kind of removed at this point. Like they haven't been the greatest blob faction, I'd say, jokingly, but now their blob is getting even stronger in a blob meta, and they are now going to have some solid mobility tools, which is really what their roster lacked. Uh, they still have mortars. There's been kind of a renaissance of poisoned wind globadiers, though I'm not actually sure how good they are. They've certainly been seeing a lot of use in the DLC showcases, and just all around, I think there are bevy of lord and hero options, and solid monsters and blob tools, and extremely effective ranged. Like I'm not sure what will counter the Skaven anymore.
Yeah, Skaven, especially getting quite a bit of love, have a lot of different options now, and they're feeling like yeah, they will likely see quite a bit of use in in the competitive meta, which will be very exciting as we haven't seen them too much uh recently. Now, for this game, as soon as I finish setting up, okay.
All
For
right.
this game, this is Grombrindle versus Moore. Moore being the highest ranking player in on the ranked ladder. So we should expect a pretty good game. Grombrindle too, a veteran player that we've seen uh basically basically everywhere for quite some time, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, as long as we've been playing at least.
Yeah, now let's see. I will get the game started. So we can play now and hopefully we're synced up.
All right, I'm on 2 seconds. Let me see. Where are you at?
Let's see. I'm at 4 seconds.
All right, I'm at 4 seconds too. So go ahead and count it down.
All right, so let's start in 3, 2, 1. So
All
we have
right.
let's see. I guess I'll start off with the lizard men on let's see here. Oh no. All right. Introduce me vampire counts as I figure out who's who.
All right. So I think Moore is in control of the vampire counts with 4 zombies, the Sternsman, 2 Graveguard with great weapons, 3 Fellbats, 1 unit of Blood Knights, a Vargulf, double Vargulf in fact, the Claw of Nagash, Mortis Engine ROR with the Chilling Aura, and Heinrich Kemmler with the Krell Summon, and the pretty standard kit of Vampire Counts Lords with Summons, Invocation, and Dance Macabre. So, pretty standard build here, I think, for this matchup. I've seen this matchup being played like more and more recently, as it seems like people are getting less scared of Lizardmen, just in general. I see people picking Bretonia and leaving them open. I see people picking Counts and leaving them open, which are traditionally really Lizardmen favorite matchups.
Yeah, and as for the Lizardmen, usually that does come in from those big monsters. But of course, players can hard counter that, and Lizardmen have to be careful with the armies they select. So, looking at Grombrindle's army, we have a Salamander hunting pack to hopefully snipe out any Counts monsters that we see. A unit of Chameleon Skinks poking away at some zombies by the looks of it, and keeping away from any Fellbats that get close, along with a bunch of Saurus and Temple Guard. Also, of course, the ROR Red Crested Skinks, which almost all Lizardmen builds will be taking.
Yeah,
So
definitely a pretty typical kind of box here, I think. Uh, just boxes in general are really, really good against vampire counts, and Lizardmen have one of the scariest boxes in the game. You see it in a lot of matchups. So, unsurprising, I think. Kind of unsurprising on both sides. Seems like some pretty meta armies on both fronts. Now, I'm guessing that Moore was the first pick here. So, pretty gutsy to first pick vampire counts in this meta on this patch. Uh, Not something you see very often. And I think it'll be something you see even less often with the new patch, just given that Wood Elves will be a hard counter to them as well. So, pretty tough for Moore. Pretty tough for all counts mains in general, I guess.
yeah, and Skaven too. I think you would sometimes see vampire counts picked against them, but with the new tools, I'm not sure. The matchup might actually stay very much the same.
Yeah, given that mobility is kind of the name of the game for the new Skaven units, and counts don't really care about mobility because they have no backline to protect. Now, one of the Fellbats gets wrecked pretty hard, but the Fellbats don't have a ton to do in this. Their most valuable use will probably be tying down the Umbral Tide as the rest of their army pushes in. The Chameleon Skinks won't really care that much about them. Yeah, I really do think that their main use will be just tying units down, not necessarily actually killing anything.
Yeah, and we can see now that the Umbral Tide have actually shown themselves. A huge push by the Vampire Counts players moving in to engage on top of them. But pulling back through the infantry, it's looking like the Umbral Tide are going to be pretty safe this game.
Yeah, they can do a lot if they're protected. Oh wow. Oh my god, that burning head. Oh my
Oh,
god, that burning head.
yeah, and
That just roasted. Wait, it's going into the. Oh my god, it's going into the other part of the front line. That is the greatest burning head cast I've ever seen. Oh my
yeah.
god.
So, was that Overcast?
Yeah, it must have been. Uh, and it just like perfectly followed the entire count's line all the way through, doing literally maximum damage. That is 258 kills from a single cast, and largely onto Graveguard, not just zombies, but a lot of Graveguard.
Yeah, and you can see now most of those Graveguard are about to crumble away. I think even an Heck going down on one of them just to try to save them, and even the
My God.
Sternsmen being brought down to half HP.
That was insane. That might be like a game-winning kind of cast because the Counts really needed those infantry to break through this front line of the Lizardmen. Without them, I mean, it'll be really rough. Now, with that being said, the Umbral Tide are being tied down with the Fellbats, kind of like I said they probably should be. So good usage there, I think, from the Counts player.
Yeah, and it
The
looks like
solar
Blood
engine's
Knights.
also technically getting compromised, but I don't know if you can ever really call solar engines compromised.
Yeah, and especially now that the Blood Knights are peeling away from them, Solar Engine can just shoot into their backs along with the Salamander hunting pack, which brings them down to
Ooh,
half
yeah.
HP. now
Now
surrounded by
they are trying to
infantry.
goon the Slan Mage Priest, but he's actually tanking pretty well. He's still at half HP, and the Blood Knights are getting wrecked.
Yeah, at this point, it's really just the Claw of Nagash and the Vargulfs that are the main bastion of power for the vampire counts. But even
Ooh,
them,
even they're getting wrecked.
yeah, and it's looking rough. The Source are taking a bit of damage as the front line stabilizes, but the Vargulfs are looking like they're about to go down.
Oh my god, there's just so much fire damage on this Lizardman ranged backline, and it is just nuking these regenerating Vargulfs because of the fire weakness. Now, with that being said, somehow the Counts have kind of turned this frontline fight, and they've broken through.
Ooh,
They
but a
they
Fireball
haven't
comes
killed
in.
the Temple Guard yet, but they have killed all of the Saurus, except for these 2 units off to the or this 1 unit off to the side with the Chameleon Skinks. Now, with that being said, though, these solar engines they aren't going down to the Vargulfs. It's definitely one of the strongest units in the game at the moment, and you can see why here. This is like a perfect example. The solar engines just sitting in there against Blood Knights and Vargulfs and what have you, just chilling, doing their thing, and now they're firing into the Mortis engine. Actually, one of the solar engines peeling in melee for the Umbral Tide as the Umbral Tide kite back. Really nice control there.
Yeah, and it looks like the Krell summon too is going mostly unused as he's just been chasing the Slan Mage Priest for a good majority of the game.
People joke about the Slan's mobility scooters, but 34 speed is more than 33. Krell is learning that, and he is not happy about it. Another Burning Headcast, not as good as the first one, obviously, but pretty solid, clearing out some zombies and the Sternsman as well, kind of finishing off the Sternsman.
Yeah, and we have the Umbral Tide actually getting quite a bit of damage put down on them. Means that they won't be able to continue firing. But actually, balance of power is actually looking pretty good for the vampire counts.
Yeah, it is, surprisingly enough. I guess Kemmler, I don't know if he gets Krell summon in his balance of power. I know that can happen sometimes. Uh, I actually am not sure why the balance of power would be in the Count's favor.
Yeah, it looks pretty rough
They
for the vampire
they do
counts.
have the Claw of Nagash. I'll give them that. They have the Claw of Nagash, and they actually have a Corpse Cart, which I've learned have a really weird balance of power inflation effect.
Yeah, but the double
Um,
solar engine
oh
is
my god, the Solar
definitely
Engine's
going to
just
be rough.
wrecking the Vargulf. The Vargulfs not having a good time this game with all of the firepower put onto them.
Yeah, and they've had to spend a lot of their time trying to dodge the well-controlled Saurus warriors that have been blocking them for a lot of the game.
Yeah, I mean, really good kiting and really good protection and control from the Lizardmen this game for sure.
Yeah, and we are now seeing the balance of power adjusting itself as the second Vargulf goes down, a fireball missing the
Oh
Claw
wow.
of Nagash.
Oh,
But
but the
solar
solar engine doesn't
engine
miss
clips it.
as it'll go down to 1200 HP. I'm just not sure what the counts have that can actually win. Like, yeah, the Mortis engine exists, but it's not like it's going to kill solar engines. And Kemmler is just going to get shoved around until he dies.
Yeah, and at this point, it's just Kemmler now. Balance of power is pretty greatly affected just because he's at full HP and the slan of fire is pretty low. But Kemmler is no fighter, and even if he was just to go up against a single solar engine, I think he would have a pretty rough time.
You say that, but he did take like 800 HP off that slan in like 5 seconds somehow. This Kemmler really trying his best, but yeah, I don't think he's long for this world.
Yeah, and solar engine too, looking like it's ready to fire if he ever manages to escape that group of Saurus.
It does look like, is that a zombie summon? Indeed it is. So that'll buy a little bit more time, but yeah, definitely not going to be easy for the counts.
Yep, and
Oh, a
even a fireball.
fireball just coming in to try and seal the deal.
Yep, along with is that a flame storm in the distance? Banishment, of course.
Banishment, yep. The happy little banishment at the end of the game.
Yep. not even being used on the zombies along the right side. Um, and yeah, maybe even saving some HP on the Bastillodon by doing that. So
I
GG.
mean, who needs it when you have those burning heads? Definitely the MVP of this game.
Yeah, Vampire Count's definitely having a pretty hard time there. Although, if that burning head wasn't so powerful, I think that game might have been at least decently close.
I actually think that the Counts might have won if not for that burning head. I mean, they did a pretty decent job of breaking through the front line, given that they had like no infantry left. If they had their full contingent of infantry, it would have been so much better for them, and they might have been able to get back onto the Emerald Tide, onto the solar engines, and shut them down with just a mass wave of infantry. But the slam fire pick, not super meta, not something you see often in any matchup, really coming through big.
Yeah. With 309 kills, it's just a real shame that we can't see those damage numbers. But yeah, even then, yeah, Vampire Counts definitely had the tools they needed to kill a lot of infantry, that Claw of Nagash and the Great Weapon Graveguards, but just some very good control from Grom Brindle for now. Let's see, we do have a little bit more time, so we can move on to the second game if you want to boot that up.
Sure thing. 4 seconds again.
Yep, and we have a game, the second round with Grom Brindle against Moore, playing as the Dowie, presumably, and then getting counterpicked by Chaos by the looks of it, or
Interesting.
is it the other way around?
No, I'm sure it must be dwarves getting counterpicked by chaos, given the counts into lizardmen last game as well. Unless both players just decided to counterpick themselves.
Oh
Though
wait,
chaos is not the most brutal thing you can do to dwarves. I think. Uh, I'm presuming probably a high elf Skaven ban, so you can see dark elves, beastmen. There are a lot of options, although chaos certainly isn't a bad one.
yeah. Except I think recently we've seen Chaos can have a very hard time. Well, actually, in general, Chaos have a pretty hard time against air forces,
Mm-hmm. Definitely
and
true.
yeah, they can get cheese by gyrocopters, but it doesn't look like that is the case, as we'll go over Grombrindle's army. He has opted for a heavy ground force, pretty spread out, which can sometimes be vulnerable to chariots, but with two iron drakes, trollhammer torpedoes, you can nuke them before they actually manage to reach your lines. Especially with Thunderer support, and by the looks of it, two cannons. I think chariots from the Chaos uh, could could be a little bit bad, but it depends on how well they control. Other than that, it's your usual dwarf infantry, troops, warriors, some Bugman's Rangers, and that's it. And also, we can't forget the Lord, Brombrindle himself, for that nice slow.
For the Chaos side, we have 4 Chaos Warriors with great weapons, 2 Chaos Marauders, some Chaos Marauders with great weapons, it looks like 2 of them, 2 Chosen with great weapons, definitely a very infantry heavy build, a pair of Chaos Chariots, and 2 Marauder Horsemen of Throwing Axes. Actually, is the only anti air contingent. That's a little bit risky, but looks like it won't be punished. And we actually have a Chaos Sorcerer Lord of Fire with Fireball and Cascading Fire Cloak, which is actually pretty cool. Cascading Fire Cloak, in theory, should be really good here because of the buff to armor piercing damage and melee defense for Chosen or Chaos Warriors with great weapons. And Fireball, actually, when fired from the side onto a dwarf unit, can do a ton of damage. It can also snipe artillery pieces really effectively. So,
Yeah, so let's see how more the Chaos player decides to use those abilities as we start in 3, 2, 1. So, let's see, with the game getting out of the way, the Chaos are actually pretty far away from the Dowie here, and they can take their time to set up a very nasty full surround against them.
yeah, that's something you see quite often against Dawi. Just people really being careful and getting like a full 360 surround even sometimes against Stawi defensive formations like this one.
Yeah, and on this map too, there is the forest, which helps the Chaos advance without taking as much damage. But the attack timings, I feel, are very important for actually taking on Dowie, as moving in your forces one at a time can mean they just get picked off by the ranged firepower.
Certainly. And if you want to talk, I guess, a little bit about, I wouldn't say abuse, but, something that Chaos can certainly do here and be within attacking rules is they can take their sweet time setting up a full surround onto the dwarf forces while fireball spamming down some of these cannons.
Yeah, it is definitely a strategy that we see sometimes, where players will take their time to use their fireballs to shut down artillery pieces, and whether or not depending on how abusive it is, it's definitely a very strong strategy. Now we also see some rangers moving up a little bit aggressively, I would say. That
Yeah,
one unit of
definitely.
Bugsman's
Well, I
rangers.
think what he's trying to do is he's actually trying to bait the chariots to come forward into the cannon range to shut them down.
Yeah, which it could work if, and those Bugman rangers do have charged defense against large. So they would take quite a while to kill, but if any infantry catches up to them, it'd be in for a rough time.
Yeah. They I don't think they're going to do like a ton of damage, but they will at least fulfill the attacking rule for now. Very nice. So that way the dwarves don't have to move forward closer to this forest that the chaos can use to set up a fight.
Yeah, and we see the Sorcerer Lord of Fire is also doing a nice job dodging those cannon shots. Buying
Yeah, I
time.
think he is trying to get in order to fire off a fireball, I'd have to imagine, but hasn't been able to do so yet. Maybe he's just trying to bank up some winds of magic just to ensure that his recharge rate is as high as possible throughout the game.
Yeah, but at this point, it does feel like if that was his intention, he should probably get in a little bit closer at this point. But those Bugsman Rangers do push off the Sorcerer Lord,
Yeah, and it's
and
not like the Sorcerer Lord is very good in melee, so he might actually have trouble clearing out the Bugman's Rangers just by himself. So honestly, not too risky to send them that far forward against him. Actually, the Bugman's Rangers on the other side as well, not being punished at all, able to get some really nice shots onto the Chaos Marauders with great weapons, which have no shields, no armor, so the Bugman's Rangers able to do some pretty good chip damage.
yeah, one of those. Actually, all of the Chaos Warriors with great weapons are down a little bit of HP. Now, for the Dowie, there isn't much in terms of an extremely sturdy front line, but with really just the main anti-infantry being those miners with blasting charges by the looks of it. So maybe a little bit of a worrying situation for the Dowie here.
Yeah, he's definitely going to need to take out the chariots well, or else the infantry fight I don't see going in his favor. That being said, oh my god, these chaos chariots already down to about half HP just from one volley from the cannons. They will push onto the Bugman's Rangers, definitely getting annoyed with them at this point. But
Ooh, but
I don't know,
charging in
down to
from the
half
front.
HP now.
So actually, those Buckman's Rangers braced against the chariots and took basically no damage, while the chariots just continued to get pounded by cannons and iron drakes actually get routed.
Wow, that is
That is
definitely
that
a
is
high
big.
tier bait, sending those Bugman's Rangers out that far in advance just so the chariots will kill themselves onto them.
Yeah, we're also seeing the Chosen lagging behind pretty far right now, which
Ooh,
is not a good place to be as the fighting gets underway. The Marauder
yeah.
Horsemen moving from the back to try to get around and shut down those ranged assets, but it's going to be a really rough engagement if they do dive in. There are Dragonback Slayers and Grombrindle.
These Ekron miners, kind of, they're traitors. They're wrecking these dwarf warriors more than the chaos warriors with great weapons that they're fighting. But with that being said, like you alluded to earlier, timing is so important when fighting the dwarves. And these chosen with great weapons being so far in the back really could come back to hurt them. I guess You could maybe argue that it's intentional that he didn't want them getting shot at by cannons on the advance, but I don't know. I think he needs them in the fight by now, and they still aren't there. They still won't be there for another few seconds.
Yeah, and especially right now with a pretty nice gap in the dwarven formation on the front. He wants to be getting in there as quickly as possible, but that
Fireball onto
delay.
these Thunderers. They are in a box formation, and they do take a lot of damage from it. A quarter of their models just instantly killed.
Yeah, and the dwarf gun line, they are taking damage, but they're not fully compromised yet. It is looking like they will continue to fire, and we actually have Iron Drakes shooting on Chaos Warrior great weapons right now, which isn't the worst choice. They can take out models pretty quickly.
And I mean, it's kind of a silly scenario, but in the late game, I guess it's possible that the dwarves could actually kite chaos just because their units actually are about equal speed. And so if the chaos loses all of their mobility, which it looks like they will, that could be an endgame scenario for the dwarves to look at.
Yeah, and we are now seeing those slow chosen actually affecting the back line greatly, with those Marauder horsemen and chaos chariots getting routed off because the guns are just continuing to fire. But the chosen have finally gotten in, and now many of the guns are getting shut down except for one troll hammer, a unit of thunderers, and one unit of bugsman's rangers, but everything else is getting cut up.
I have no idea if this was intentional or not, but a fireball coming on into one of the Bugman's Rangers, and they turned right as it was fired off, so it only killed like 2 models. If it was intentional, definitely some brilliant play, although they might have just been retargeting.
Yeah, but nevertheless, a good swing for the Dowie. And honestly, right now, with even a few guns firing, it can be pretty rough. Once the engage starts, you want to be shutting down as many as possible. But without the horsemen and the chariots online, this is suddenly looking very bad for the chaos.
Yeah, and I mean, their infantry just not trading as well as I guess they would have hoped, and their chariots really doing nothing at all. They just got completely shut down by all of this ranged fire.
Yeah, and we're seeing a lot of these Iron Drakes just hanging around on the flanks, shooting the Marauders on and warriors on the side. Has been doing pretty well.
Definitely one of the strongest missile units in the game. At least
Yeah,
I'd say so. Their burst damage is just insane on any large targets, and even against infantry, we can see that they're doing it pretty decently. So,
yeah, and fairly tanky too, especially with high fire resistance. Also, they have quite a lot that works out well for them. And we can see now, taking stock of the chaos forces, most of their money is really just in that one chaos sorcerer. And even with 2 Iron Drakes online, that sorcerer is going to have a hard time.
yeah, it's not like the sorcerer is really a melee combatant either. It's basically like a fireball spam bot. It's not going to do a lot, even against like basic dwarf warriors in melee. It doesn't have great stats. It doesn't have AP. Uh, all it can really do is fireball, fireball, fireball. But I don't know. Ooh, a really nice fireball. With that being said, onto these Bugman's Rangers, killing like a half of the remaining unit, up to 65 kills on the Sorcerer Lord of Fire. But I don't know. The Chaos players really just running out of steam here.
Yeah, and it's looking like it's probably game at this point,
I
unless
mean, there's
those
nothing to even
recovering
shut down
warriors
Grom
manage to come
Brindle.
back.
I think he could probably kill the rest of this army by himself, even without all of this support from his ranged units and even some remaining Dragonback Slayers.
Yeah, even at half HP, we would expect you would need quite a number of fireballs to take him out, let alone the
Mm-hmm.
rest of the dwarf army. And there we go. Balance of power swinging even more in the Dowie favor, and we really see the power of a good gun line that is able to continue firing.
Yeah, and this is definitely an interesting pick of a matchup. Like I said, I don't know if Chaos is really the best against dwarves anymore. They're kind of in a sorry state in the meta in general, but maybe we'll see them put to good effect later with Zero in this tournament. Probably the most prolific chaos player in the community.
Yeah, I'd be excited to see that for sure. Now, we are seeing some comments in chat talking about Sartorial, of course, in this matchup. How do we feel about Sartorial here? He's obviously picked a lot more often, and he does bring Unbreakable and acts like a chariot himself.
He brings Unbreakable, he brings Terror, he's got a ton of mass, so he can push around dwarf foot characters. He's got some pretty decent spells. Searing Doom actually does really good damage against dwarves, even though they have the magic resist. And Plague of Rust, of course, can always be useful. I think he definitely is a strong pick here. I would probably prefer him over the Fireball Mage, but I don't think the Fireball Mage is what lost the game here. It was a cute pick. It didn't necessarily pay for itself, but it wasn't like completely terrible. I'd say probably the biggest problem was the lack of pressure onto the range tools, the chariots not dodging quite as well as they maybe should have, and the chosen lagging so far behind from the main engagement.
Yeah, I think so too. With a Dowie, it is extremely important that you get that engagement down. Otherwise, you will see a lot of situations like that. With even, wow, 113 kills on the Troll Hammers.
Wow, that is a lot for a anti-large unit.
Yeah.
Also, I do see you there, Palpatine. Definitely another one of the best chaos players in the community. Pretty cool to see you giving your 2 cents, or maybe it's worth more than that. Maybe your 5 cents, given that you're one of the biggest chaos mains in chat.
Yeah, but otherwise, I think the Chaos build can definitely work. Uh, you just have to be, yeah, like we said, very patient. And of course, too, Grombrindle was making it as hard as possible for Moore to use his army effectively, especially zoning out the Chaos Sorcerer.
Yeah, I think chaos ideally would have just full surrounded the dwarves and then moved in at once from all sides. But with those Bugman's Rangers really just being obnoxious, definitely hard to keep a clear mind with regards to your win conditions in cases like that.
Yeah, indeed. So, just going to check up with our players real quick. And then we can probably move on to either their games or another replay. If our competitor is unable to make it, then it will be Newport that moves on to to the semifinals. So while he gets that out of the way, let's just watch another game from the same tournament played earlier. We just allowed these players to get some games in early, just to speed up the tournament a tiny bit, playing around with different formats and so on, since we haven't hosted many yet. Now, let's see. Do you have the name of the file?
Now I only have the Grom Brindle games, so if you wanted to cast other games, I wouldn't have those yet. You'd have to send them to me.
Let's see. I think there were 4 of them, right?
Yeah, I have Grom Brindle versus 1_way_, and way_2_.
Yeah, so let's watch the first one. Going to be Grombrindle as the Dark Elves against Way's Empire.
Cool. This is definitely a classic matchup. You see it pretty often.
Yeah, and I
Pretty
think
even as well.
yeah, it comes down a lot to both sides. You can see artillery play, and you can also see skirmishing from both sides. All right, so I'm paused at 2 seconds. How about you?
4 seconds, so I'll let you catch up.
All right. And then we can do army introductions after we start up the game in 3, 2, 1. Now, I guess I'll start off with the Dark Elves, as I do usually play on that side for this matchup. We have a large air force with 2 masters and Morathi, which will probably be gooning out any Empire heroes, along with quite a few Witch Elves and Corsairs to break through the front line.
Yeah,
Now, as
definitely.
for
Oh,
the
yeah. Go
Empire
ahead.
force, all right, looks like we might have lost Dacder. Dacder, you
No,
there?
I'm there.
All right, sick. Would you like to introduce the Empire force?
Yeah. So we have a front line of unbreakable troops with 4 flagellants, the Sigmar Sons. Definitely not going to be routing. That's one thing you can say about them. We have 2 Huntsmen, which are a really cool pick. I actually really like them in general and in this matchup. We have a Free Company Militia, not super meta. I think I'd probably prefer to see the Handgunner ROR, just so that way there's something to really punish the Air Force. We also have a pair of Hellblaster volley guns, which are, I mean, wild. He's quite lucky that he didn't run into any bolt throwers. The Hellblasters, I guess, will be able to do quite a bit of damage to this Air Force or to the cavalry. He also has 2 Empire Knights, which are actually getting charged right now by these Cold One Knights. Ooh, the Empire Knights definitely need to turn, and they won't be able to. They're just going to get charged for free. That's pretty disastrous. In the meanwhile, Boris Todbringer getting absolutely gooned, and he's actually, with Melkov specifying miasma, routing. He is already broken. This is a very quick game.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
the
looking very
Bright
rough.
Wizard also getting gooned, who I haven't even mentioned yet. He's getting wrecked on the ground right now. And Marathi, oh my god, Marathi terror routes away from the routing Boris, which might save this game for the Empire.
Yeah, it's the hero forces between both players definitely getting traded out since that artillery was so strong, but the cavalry engagement for the Dark Elves has just gone so much better. There's almost no Empire Knights left.
Yeah, really needed to get those Empire Knights to at least countercharge, and ideally, he really wanted those spearmen in the fight as well. Empire relies a lot on combined arms, and I don't know, just not, I think, the most effective use of the Huntsman either, just firing into these Witch Elves. Witch Elves are low armor, so the Huntsman will do a lot of damage, but Huntsmen are really at their best firing into cavalry, where they can make ample use of that anti-large capability.
Oh man,
Now,
and
oh,
with
the Hellblaster is
Marathi
getting
coming
overrun.
back, Hellblasters are getting shut down. The infantry
Oh,
line is about even, but go ahead.
Marathi is back, and even though she has only 3,800 HP, she has Soul Stealer, which will heal her up and bring Boris down even further. The double Masters and Marathi also coming in together to goon out Boris. This is such a dark elf build, I have to say. Just the the triple flying hero goon squad. Such typical stuff for them.
Yeah, but those Hellblasters very nearly pulled it through by killing the heroes, but
Oh my
it
god, there's one of
just
the
managed
Hellblasters
to stick
has
around.
2 XP chevrons almost. 2 XP chevrons just from firing into heroes for like a minute.
Yeah, but
Like they
sadly that
literally
won't be
fired
enough
for
as
a
Boris
minute.
goes
It's
down.
crazy.
Yeah, honestly, I think the Empire almost had it there if they were just able to kill that hero squad.
Yeah, this is definitely a pretty unique build from the Empire. Actually, a pretty unique build from both sides, I'd say. No missile units at all on the Dark Elves. Not something you see often, considering they're a faction that relies very heavily on their AP missiles.
Yeah, honestly, I'm more used to the skirmishing style of Dark Elf play here, but just that hero squad did so much damage. And
Yeah, and
now,
that's kind of the Dark Elves in general. They have some really, really powerful blobs.
yeah, and especially against Empire right now too. Their infantry generally outclasses them just enough to run them over uh, pretty handily most of the time.
Yeah, and
So here we
it
go.
looks like actually we're a little bit out of sync somehow.
Oh
Uh,
dear. Oh, it
well,
should be
no,
fine.
actually, maybe not. But I forgot that that you have a pretty substantial delay on your stream. So
Yeah, yeah. It should be fine.
now,
As we
are you
finish
on
up,
the end battle screen now?
I am indeed.
So you can see that those Cold One Knights combining for 5
Phew.
chevrons. Absolutely insane damage from those.
Yeah, from that charge onto the Empire Knights. They after they won that night battle, there wasn't really much there to stop them. And you
Yeah,
can
they just
see,
ran around and killed the Hellblasters, cycle charged infantry, killed the Huntsmen, just did whatever they wanted to do.
yep, and the Bright Wizard and Boris with 0 kills between the two of them
Oof.
is just about the saddest thing for the Empire in this game.
Yeah, that's definitely unfortunate. But, I think Empire did have the tools to win. Just needed a little bit better control with Boris and with the Empire Knights, and definitely could have won it. But pretty cool builds from both players. Uh, Pretty close game, all things considered, actually. So cool to see.
Yeah, now we actually do have our players ready to go, Pugnobon and Newport, who we've seen quite a bit in on the ranked ladder, and we'll be following them as they compete to move on into the semifinals to face off against Zero.
All
So
right.
if I can just find it, there we go. And he should be in just a second. Now, I haven't seen a whole ton of play between both players. Do you have any thoughts on them?
Well, I've seen Newport around, and he seems like someone who can beat just about anybody. But I don't know. I haven't seen him like put up consistent results. I just happen to see him on challenge sometimes, and it he definitely knocks off some very good players. I'm not super familiar with his play style or his factions, but definitely seems like a solid player. Um, on the other hand, Pugnaban, my clanmate, one of the probably more defensive players that I've ever played against in this game, if not the most defensive player. He really loves artillery, kind of boxy styles, Dawi Coast, that kind of faction, and just really, he really likes putting his foot down and defending a certain spot and killing everything from right there.
Yeah, and presumably we'll be seeing quite a bit of that today. Question is if Newport knows about that playstyle from Pugnabon, and how will he adapt if he does know?
Yeah, I think Pugnaban has been pretty far in a few tournaments sometimes, so it's possible Newport has seen him on stream, but it's also very possible that Newport just has no idea. I mean, it's hard to say. Now, Pugnaban coming in with the Lizardmen pick, banning Dawi and Pirates. Interesting stuff.
Yeah, Lizardmen, a very strong faction. Just for quite a while now, and a lot of that just because of how flexible they are with a bunch of different situations.
Yeah, now he left Skaven open, which I think is probably the most likely counter pick here. Interesting that he did ban dwarves. I think Pugnaban actually really likes that matchup from the dwarf side. So maybe a little bit of what would you say? Maybe bias there. A Dawi main banning Dawi because he's scared of them in this particular matchup.
Could very well be that matchup, and I think we might have discussed this even in previous tournaments before. But I personally feel like Lizardmen are actually in a pretty good place there.
Interesting, because I do think it feels like Lizardmen lose most of the time in big tournaments. Not all the time, of course, but most of the time.
Yeah, it really depends on how it works out. The Croxigors are big there for sure. But they can get beat up pretty hard by Trollhammer torpedoes. So you have to be very careful with that engagement. But a lot of players that just really know how to engage a Dowie defensive formation seem to do pretty well in general. But I'm still I'm still not completely sold either way. Although leaning towards it being Lizardmen favored at this point.
And we are getting a little bit of a switch up from what I expected. We are actually seeing an Empire counter pick instead, which this is a pretty even matchup. I'd say this is like almost 50-50. There are a lot of cool options on the Empire side, and also actually the Lizardmen side as well. What do you expect to see here?
Well, Lizardmen for sure. I think they typically go for a pretty heavy rush here, and an Empire can of course field a bunch of cavalry and a skirmishing force, but they'll have to be careful not to bring too many, as Lizardmen will surely bring at least one chameleon skink, I'd say.
Yeah, and this is not the biggest map, not the smallest map, but not the biggest map, so it's actually pretty good for both playstyles.
Yeah, and interestingly enough about this one is that it can be pretty hard to get to get gun lines set up due to the rolling hills. Although with the monsters of the Lizardmen, that probably shouldn't be a problem.
Might actually impact solar engines, just because solar engines do rely very heavily on line of sight.
That is true. So which units from the Empire would you expect if solar engines are worse here?
Well, on the Empire side, a lot of times you'll see great cannons here. You'll see outriders. You'll see sometimes war wagons, or if a person is more in tune with foot missiles, you can see handgunners. I think huntsmen are pretty underrated here. They do a lot of damage. And then I think typically you see either an infantry heavy build or a demi blob on the Empire side. So you'll see a demi blob with Franz and a couple Demogryph Knights and some Outriders, and then a smaller infantry contingent. Or you'll see like a bunch of infantry, including great swords, with some huntsmen or some handgunners, and either Franz or Volkmar in that case.
Yeah, and with those thoughts out of the way, would you like to get us started with the Empire build then?
Sure thing. So it looks like we're gonna have one great cannon. We're gonna have a little bit of lag, but that should be okay. I believe from the pre-battle screen that it's yes, it is Balthazar Gelt with it looks like Plague of Rust, Searing Doom, and Final Transmutation. Pretty interesting kit of spells there. We have an Empire Captain on a Pegasus. You never see Empire Captains. I actually don't even know what the mount option technically is. It must be a Pegasus, given that it doesn't cause fear or terror. Pretty wild stuff there. We have it looks like oh my god, is that 5 archers? This is such a crazy build actually. Then we have 4 spearmen with shields, the Sigmar Sons, a pair of outriders, and quad Empire Knight. This is such a wild build actually.
Yeah, the well, why do you think specifically this what makes this build strange in your mind?
Well, the Empire Captain, Gelt in this matchup, and the especially mass archers are all quite off meta. How about the Lizardmen? Have they taken something a little more normal, or are we just going to see a totally wild game here?
Well, for the Lizard Men, we see 6 Cold One Riders mixed between spears and the normal variant. I think usually it's only Cold One spears that we see a lot of the time instead of Cold One Riders, and that is going to be taking up most of the money for the Lizard Men. After that, the remaining funds go to a bunch of red-crested skinks instead of the usual Saurus or normal skink front line with the smaller skinks on the flanks. And finally something a little bit more standard. We see 2 chameleon skinks, a Saurus Old Blood, and a skink Priest of Heavens. But I'm really interested to see how this cavalry plays out.
This is going to be a very, very fast rush build from the Lizard Men. And I mean that in the biggest way possible because they have a lot of very speedy units. The Red Crested Skinks and the Cavalry both have like 45 plus speed. I think actually the entire build is pretty fast. So they're going to be trying to get in there as quickly as possible and just run over this Empire build. Now, the Empire They might struggle somewhat to protect these archers, but they are just archers. If they can get, okay value, then that'll be enough, I think, from them. Uh,
Yeah, and a lot of the lizardmen forces are actually susceptible to normal archers here,
yeah,
surprisingly enough.
the red crested skinks with only 30 armor, cavalry. I mean, it's always not going to be amazing against archer fire of any kind. Now the outriders are getting pushed back a bit, but they are also getting some pretty nice chip damage in alongside the cannons. The red crested skinks running in, they're actually getting beaten down pretty hard from this mass archer fire, and they don't have great morale if they're not the unbreakable variant. So that could be difficult. We're going to see a Plague of Rust overcast onto one of these Spear Riders as the Empire Knights charge in. That's a really nice combo, and that Spear Rider is probably going to get wrecked. Meanwhile, the Sigmar Suns holding, the Red Crested Skinks dying. The Lizardmen really need to get back and start shutting down this ranged.
And we see the Saurus Oldblood opting to clear out the front line, which does let some red crested skinks push through, and now he is helping out in the cavalry fight, actually
Ooh, these
terror routing
Empire
one of
Knights
the
getting
Empire Knights.
terrified. Even though they had a Plague of Rust. Oh, but a Final Transmutation also coming down onto this Lizardman blob, doing a ton of damage. This is a pretty close game, I think, so far.
Yeah, and good move from Pugnobon. Clearing out that front line means that those archers are going to be running away from skinks for surely a good amount of the rest of the game.
Yeah, there's
As
not really a lot to deal with this Saurus Oldblood, actually. It's taken to counteract Franz, but even though Franz isn't here, there isn't a ton to shut him down.
yeah, really just the single unit of Outriders, which are pressuring him, the Saurus Oldblood, but will it be fast enough?
Oh god, and this Empire formation has just completely collapsed all of a sudden, as Sar Blood getting back onto the Great Cannon as well, which has been doing really good work. It's up to a full chevron. It's paid for itself, but I think it needs to do even more because Empire falling behind in this game.
Yeah, Gelt does get surrounded too, but a nice what's it, Searing Doom, I think.
Yeah, killing a few of these Coldwind Spear Riders.
Yeah, it does help out a bit, but taking a look at the battle, the Empire is running out of ranged units, which is a situation they really do not want to be in a lot of the time.
Yeah, I think if the Lizardmen can keep this momentum up, they'll definitely win the game. However, they are starting to slow down a bit. The Empire with a really nice counter push on the right flank. They have managed to break off some of these skinks and a lot of the cavalry, and really the cavalry in general on the Lizardmen side, getting worn down pretty substantially.
Ooh, and a lot of the skinks getting caught too is really
Ooh,
bad
that's
since those,
really big.
yeah, those chameleon skinks are needed to shut down those Outriders.
Yeah,
Otherwise,
definitely. And it looks like both might rout here, although they are stabilizing as the Saurus Oldblood comes in, and actually the Lizardmen managed to turn that fight on its head.
yeah, and 4 leadership on the chameleon skinks, just barely
Oh
keeping them in the
man.
fight. But Lizardmen deciding to break off away from the cavalry fight, leaving some rampaging cold ones so that they can move on to shut down some of those archers, and especially those outriders.
Yeah, this is gonna come down to be kind of a kite fest. Uh, Only it looks like two of the archer units are back. Actually, one stabilizes on the edge of the map, so three archer units and the outriders. Will they be able to kill like the entire remainder of this Lizardmen army? It actually could be pretty close because the archers have a lot of ammunition. But with that being said, the Lizardmen also have a ton of speed. So I think if they're able to decisively pick out a single target at a time uh, that they can catch, so the foot archers, and just ride them down, then they should be able to close out this game, I'd expect. But the Empire pulling ahead on the balance of power. Ooh, but these Outriders taking a ton of damage from the Chameleon Skink Fire. The Empire Knights, though, getting a really nice charge into these red-crested skinks. The red-crested skinks are not great here. And the Saurus Oldblood starting to really get worn down by all this missile fire as the balance of power really does start to swing in favor of the Empire.
And of course, we also have a the very surprising but healthy Empire captain
Oh,
being
Final
able to
Trans.
support the fights,
Oh,
and a
Overcast
final
Final Trans
transmutation.
should seal the game.
Yeah, honestly, it was pretty
Wow.
surprising that the Empire player was able to pull it back together with all of their ranged troops. considering how much lizardmen cavalry there was. But it seemed like they just managed to trade out in the latter half of the game. I'm not sure exactly what happened there that caused the big swing towards Empire.
Yeah, I think honestly the biggest thing was that they managed to push and stabilize that right flank. The counter charges broke off the red crested skinks over there, and they just managed to from there stabilize that position and wear down the lizardmen. And also really nice trans- final transmutation casts from Gelt, really wearing down the Saurus Old Blood over the course of the game.
Yeah, and just looking at the on the cavalry side for both of them, it looks like all of them weren't really able to perform especially well, hovering at about 30 kills or 40 for all of them. Except we do see one of the Empire Knights actually being able to finally contact infantry and cycle charge them, presumably sitting at a very comfortable 108 kills. Is
Yeah,
that
and it's a cool couple of builds. I do think that the Lizardmen had all the tools they needed to win that game for sure. They might have even had a slight advantage with regards to the builds chosen, but just not quite able to make it work.
Yeah, and I would have felt that it would have been slightly more favored for the Lizardmen going into the late game, but that those chameleon skinks taking half HP damage was huge too. It really meant that the skinks just weren't able to shut down a lot of the archers into the late game. Now with that out of the way, it looks like Newport is going for greenskins and banning the Vampire Coast and Vampire accounts.
Yeah, and the Lizardmen, probably the most common counterpick to Greenskins nowadays, not available. Definitely a really solid pick ban from Newport here on a small map. Greenskins are going to be really strong, and I kind of expect Pugnabon to go with Tomb Kings. They are one of his mains. We'll see if that prediction is accurate, and it looks like it will be.
Yeah, but I still think a very nice meta pick from the greenskins, since lizardmen can give them trouble, and the fact that they've already been played is a nice spot for Newport.
Now, chat saying I do have a bit of an echo. I'm not sure if that's on my end or on the stream end. If it's
Oh,
on
it
my
is.
end, I do apologize.
Yeah, it is. It is very likely coming on my end. So let me just adjust my settings a little bit.
I do have
And
a $5 mic from Amazon, so who knows?
maybe, but I think I'm picking you up pretty well. I'm expecting that it's probably my mic that's picking up a little bit of my speakers.
Very you if you're using speakers, then that might be possible. Actually, it looks like Pugnabon might be baiting me as well as our viewers, as well as Newport. He selects Tomb Kings and then says checking builds and is now on Norska, so we'll have to wait and see what he picks.
Yeah, now Norska versus Greenskins on a small map like this is going to be it's just going to be two mountains running into each other, dealing a whole ton of damage, and I think a lot of it comes down to how well Norska can shut down the archers of the Greenskins.
Yeah, I'm not really a fan of Norska into Greenskins. I think Greenskins have a pretty sizable advantage there, just because they have like Greenskins have better infantry than Norska, and Norska's infantry is almost never worse, right? And the chaff clearing options from Norska are not super ideal against Greenskins because they tend to have loose formations. Greenskins have really good options for killing Wolfric. Uh, Arachnarok spiders are really spooky there. It's just not an easy matchup on the Norskin side, but we'll have to see.
Yeah, and I think really Norska, their main tool to really help them out here are skin wolves, I'd say, with their high mobility. Uh, they're really important for shutting down archers.
Yeah, definitely. Though with that being said, they don't trade amazingly well against greenskin infantry. Though They are actually not bad against Greenskin Cavalry and Pugnavan.
Picking Skaven.
Interesting. Okay.
Okay.
Uh, this is I don't like this matchup for Skaven, but we'll have to see. Certainly, he must be at least somewhat confident in it.
Yeah, I do prefer being being on the green skin side of this. The DLC has not dropped yet for this tournament, so
No.
I'm interested to see what Pugnavan has, especially on such a small map.
Yeah, the fact that it's a small map is what really concerns me. Um, though I guess Greenskin's poor morale. Well, no, I take that back because Skaven have even worse morale. So, yeah, I mean, we'll have to see. I'm not super confident in Pugnavan here, but maybe he'll pull out something that shocks the world.
I'm very excited to see what we have now. Before we get into the game, was it Newport or Pugnavan that won the that last game?
It was Newport.
Thank you very much. So, a last stand from Pugnavan, playing in a generally regarded as unfavorable matchup. We could possibly see some cheese here, or maybe he's just very confident with how this matchup plays out. I
Y-
think
I do
well,
wonder what cheese Skaven really have available here. Do you have any specific ideas?
ooh, I don't have a whole ton of ideas, but maybe just a huge monster blob, and just hoping that the greenskins don't bring too many fanatics. Um,
Yeah, I could see
Tons of
that.
elite infantry.
Like,
I'm not sure.
I could definitely see like a double hell pit, double assassin, uh, either plague priest or skrulk kind of pick.
Yeah, and that would be able to shut down what's it, the usual greenskin heroes and stone troll style. But just just even a small amount of archers or even skirmishers can give that type of build a hard time.
Mm-hmm.
Now for something more standard, I am thinking probably some poisoned wind mortars. Even on a map as small as this, they still basically get just about as much value as they would anywhere else. But this is very interesting. Usually, I would expect greenskins to be the one as the counterpick to Skaven.
Yeah, definitely interested to see what is brought here. So, which build would you like to go over?
I guess I'll go over the greenskins build, and then you can let me know how well the Skaven build will fare versus it. So we do see a bunch of Goblin Wolf Rider archers, as we discussed earlier. These are very good against monsters, and pretty hard to shut down in general too. At an extremely low price, they can put in a lot of damage. For the infantry front line, it looks like a fairly cheap front line of Orc Boys and 8 peak Loonies, which isn't too strong in and of itself, but it can kill clan rats, and especially with the support of many trolls, they will likely be able to push through the Skaven front lines quite quickly. We also have a an ROR Rock Lobber, in case there is an extremely tight Skaven box. And also some orc boy big guns who can if they get a charge off, they will do a lot of damage to any Skaven monstrous units. Last but not least, we have the hero selection, going for two styles of magic in the River Troll Hag with Spirit Leech and an Orc Shaman with just Brain Bursta, presumably to shut down any chaff. And also another Grom the Paunch, which I think he does pretty well in this matchup. He can't get sniped easily, and he can just charge through the Skaven lines.
Now, for the Skaven side, I think they might be in a little bit of trouble, but we'll see. We have a front line of Skaven slaves and clan rats, typical stuff. We have some rat ogres. It looks like just two of them. Looks like, I could have sworn no, there were three of them. Okay, three rat ogres, double hell pit, a Gracier of Plague on foot, and then we have double Death Globe Bombardier, which you never see. This is a super off meta pick, as well as double poisoned wind mortars. So there's just so much AoE firepower in this Skaven build. But I don't know. I think he was really hoping to run into like elite infantry, like a lot of Savage Orc Biggins or Black Orcs or something. He might be pretty disappointed with what he finds.
I think so too. And if our greenskin player here in Newport plays cautiously enough, looks like he might just be able to shoot those rat ogres to death.
Yeah, I mean those Deathglow Bombardiers too, 900 gold for such terrible range. They can probably just be skirmished to death.
Yeah, although they do have quite a bit of armor, and the weapon teams have notoriously small hitboxes. So
Very true.
perhaps the Wolf Rider archers would have a little bit of a harder time shutting them down. And they would want to conserve their ammunition for the Hell Pit Abominations, which would probably be the biggest thing for Skaven to win it out here. I'm not sure there's a whole ton that can actually take out the Hell Pits.
Yeah, that's true. The Wolf Rider archers don't have a ton of damage actually, and the Hell Pits do have regeneration. And 50 armor isn't good, but it's not nothing. And there really isn't any AP on these Wolf Rider archers either.
Now, let's see here. It looks like we still have some echo here. I'll see if I can fix it up after this game. As we are getting started. Now, let's see. It looks like the Skaven will likely be pressured to advance, given that we do have 2 rock lobbers. But it probably won't be too much pressure, although those Deathglow Bombardiers definitely don't want to be getting hit by rocks.
Yeah, they cost like 900 gold apiece, so every model that dies is quite bad. Now they do have 100 armor actually, kind of like Trollhammer torpedoes almost. So the Wolf Rider archers won't do a ton to them, but obviously the rock lobbers don't care much about armor. Now we will see actually, will these Wolf Rider archers get trapped up against the white line? They will. So pretty nice pick here from Skaven, although they should probably be a little bit careful of going too close to the white line.
Yeah, it looks like the Wolf Rider archers just barely don't route, which would have definitely been very bad for the Greenskins. But now they move in. Deathglow Bombardiers getting punished pretty hard by those rock lobbers. We're going to see if they manage to get their value off. I think just a couple of volleys is all they really need, though.
Yeah, actually, the poison and mortars shooting at the goblin rock lobbers. I don't know if they're actually going to do anything. Maybe showing a little bit of desperation to counteract the artillery here. Ooh, a really nice volley from these poison wind mortars, though, hitting like 4 units.
Yeah, and with a slower engage from the Greenskins, those poison mortars are only going to get more value. But now the big engagement starts. Grom leading the charge. Looks like
gonna be eating a lot of the death globes, which are actually just killing the clan rats, and even doing some damage to the Hell Pit. But now the death globes getting onto the preferred target of the Orc Boys and the mortars as well. Oh man, the summons coming in. This is just gonna be a very decisive push right here, one way or the other.
Yeah, but a huge loss for the Greenskins. The 8-peak loonies lose their fanatics.
Oh no, a rock drop coming in actually onto these poison wind mortars, but not taking any models, just a bunch of HP. With that being said, though, the Skaven are just breaking en masse. The front line from the Greenskins pushing through and routing off everything, man.
Yeah, and it looks like the Death Globes aren't really able to get a lot of damage at this point, since they're just really getting mucked up by their own infantry trying to push through and support.
Yeah, the entire flank just broke instantly, pretty much. Man, very very solid stuff from this greenskin build.
Yeah, and at this point, I think Newport should really be focusing on
chasing
off those troops with those very well positioned Wolf Rider archers.
Yeah, definitely.
But
that's probably their best use actually in this matchup right here is just pushing off routed units, given the Skaven's low morale.
Yeah, but is it needed though? As balance of power is going in towards the Greenskins, and of course those Hell Pit Abominations are pretty high priority target too. And that might be the focus of Newport here. They are completely surrounded, and one of them looks like they're on the verge of breaking off, and also, the Glacier of Plague is already on the run.
Yeah, and a wall coming in, a hell pit going down, the troll mass just pinning in these hell pits, killing them, breaking them down, and this looks like a very decisive win for the Greenskins, kind of as we maybe expected, but still, very decisive stuff.
Yeah, it did actually look like the Skaven had a pretty good chance there until everything just started routing. And there we go. Newport has won it, and he'll be moving on to the semifinals against Zero. So yeah, very well played there. A quick and decisive win, just collapsing one of the flanks, shutting down the Hell Pit abominations, and you can see here those poor Deathglow bombardiers just were not able to get their value.
No, and definitely a risky pick, definitely an interesting pick, but just not quite able to do it. And I do, uh, I do question the counter pick a little bit, but when you use Lizardmen in the first game, it is pretty oppressive when you're going up against Greenskins with their biggest counters banned. I probably would have rather seen Tomb Kings, but that in and of itself is also not a great matchup, so I understand the decision to go with Skaven.
Yeah. Now let's see. We do have what's it? We do have the next game against Zero. Oh, and there we go. He's already in. So while they set up, I will be trying to fix some sound echo issues. I got myself some headphones. Let's see if they work.
Cool stuff. Cool stuff. So I'll try not to display any bias here. Uh, Zero is my former Rome 1 clanmate, so pretty curious to see how he's able to do here. Obviously, one of the best Chaos players. Hopefully, we'll be able to see them. That would definitely be cool, given that we actually have seen them already once this tournament, which is more than you normally see them in a tournament. But, always cool to see stuff that you don't normally see.
Let's see. So let's see. Sorry, I missed the first bit. So if this is repeating yourself, I apologize. But would you like to go over what's it? Over Zero sort of a playstyle and build selection, and also how you think you will fare versus Newport, who's been performing very well here.
Well, Zero is a chaos man through and through, and he also plays, I know, some Dawi, and he really just likes, I think, infantry heavy stuff in general. He likes sort of heavy metal builds, I guess, so to speak, with a lot of heavily armored or semi elite infantry and just kind of running at his opponent until they die. So pretty curious to see how he does against Newport, who seems to have, honestly, just based on that greenskin build and I guess also the Empire one, a bit more of a wide army kind of style where he likes to really pull his opponents apart through sheer numbers.
It will be interesting. Let's see. Sorry, just continuing to try and fix these sound settings. I expect this will take a while, but if I'm unable to fix it, I guess we will just have to bear with it. Hopefully, it's not too distracting for the viewers today.
Yeah, now do you know who is first pick here? Is it Newport?
Oh, yeah. Let me check. Let's see. So the first pick uh is yes, it is indeed Newport.
And he is wondering about the map, which I actually am not super familiar with this map either. Zero seems to know it though, so that might be a bit of an advantage for him actually.
Yeah. This Let's see. I might be thinking of the wrong map here, so I'll hold my thoughts until we get in.
So we are going to see a Norskin pick banning coasting counts. Interesting to ban counts, actually. Not necessarily the hardest counter to Skaven, but it's a pretty even matchup and maybe one that Newport just doesn't really like playing. And a quick Lizardmen selection coming in from 0, which this is a pretty typical counter pick, I think. And this is actually a very meta kind of matchup, given the way the pick bans tend to work. You see this matchup pretty often. And it's relatively even, I think, maybe a slight advantage over to the Lizard.
Okay, let's see. Can I just get a quick sound check from you? All right, looks like I think no one heard that. So let's switch back to
I guess
this.
while I'm doing that, all right.
All right, so I think they can hear you now, but we will have to deal with any echo that does show up. So hopefully it is not too distracting, and we can always get it fixed for the next stream.
Now, which side do you prefer in this matchup? Because I know that this is a matchup where I think different people have some different ideas on who's favored.
For me, it would be Lizardmen for sure. Just because they have a pretty easy time taking out the Norskin lords, and after that they can use their terror to deal with the rest of the infantry. It does get a little bit tricky with Pterodon riders trying to juke javelins, but I think that is where the matchup comes down to, at least with the playstyle I bring. How about you?
Yeah, I've seen a bit more success from Lizardmen in the past, though I don't mind playing it on the Norskin side either. Lizardmen, I think, can kind of go one of two ways here. They can either go a box build, which is probably the more meta pick and what I'd expect Zero to take based on his play style, where they go with a Temple Guard box, double solar engine, just the standard kind of kit. And then on the other side, you have more kite builds where you can play with Salamander hunting packs and Krok Gar with Hand of the Gods, just trying to snipe casters and really wear the Norscan player out. Either side or either way of playing can be really strong. Um, I think that Norska has answers to both, though. The javelins alongside Plague of Rust as a combo can be really good against dinos. Wolfric and Throg are both pretty good in this matchup. The Norscan infantry can stand in there against non Baronos Time Warped Temple Guard. If Baronos Time Warp is active, then they kind of have to avoid that fight, but it comes down to control in that case. And yeah, I mean, just the typical wind spell spam on the Norscan side can always be scary as well.
Yeah, for sure. Ooh, looks like. All right, let's see. Let me see if I can fix these sound settings real quick. Okay, testing, 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 testing. Okay, it looks like I have made myself extremely quiet. Ah,
Ah, well, it happens.
yeah, I'll keep finagling it. If it doesn't work, then I will just then I'll just figure it out next stream.
Well, Newport saying in chat, big oof, I should have banned Lizardmen. I'm curious if that's a bait or if he really is regretting his life choices. Because this is like I said, this is probably the most common counter pick to a Norscan first pick in the game.
Yeah, and a pretty strong one at that. I'm yeah, we'll see how well Newport can handle this Lizardman build. So starting off, which one do you want to go with?
I guess I'll go over the Norskins since I'm a little more familiar with that side of the matchup. So it does look like we have a skirmishing corps of Marauder Horsemen, not throwing axes, just the regular Marauder Horsemen. We have an armored skin wolf, a single marauder hunters, uh, not super meta, but the shield breaker and the armor piercing are both, of course, very nice. We have some marauder champions, some marauders with great weapons, and some regular marauders in the front line. So pretty good infantry contingent there. We have a skinwolf werekin, not the most meta pick, cool to see. A pendulum caster, Wolfric on his mammoth, and it looks like that about rounds out the build. So how about the lizardmen?
Well, for the Lizardmen, of course, we have those Pterodon Riders to shut down the ranged units of the Norskins, a whole bunch of Saurus Warriors, probably some Temple Guard too. No, it looks like, yeah, just bringing in 7 Saurus Warriors with a Feral Bastillodon and a Bastillodon Solar Engine. Feral Bastillodon a little bit strange here. Usually I'd expect a Carnosaur, but the Solar Engine much more common to snipe out things like Throg. Also Skinwolves, of course, too, but maybe the map just did not allow for it. For the Lord, we see a Slan Mage Priest of Life with just... oh, wait, no. With the usual healing spells, Earth Blood and Regrowth. And a Saurus Scar Veteran on just a cold one. So I think this Lizardman build is a little bit strange in that it doesn't have really anything in the way of a monster fighting dinosaur.
Yeah, it doesn't have a monster fighting dinosaur, and it doesn't have Temple Guard, and it doesn't have any Time Warp. So I'm really curious to see how this build is able to do. I have to say, I kind of prefer the Norskin build, although the Norskin build, I think actually the Norskin build gets not necessarily lucky, but it has a pretty good time here because there aren't many dinos, and the Norskins only have the one foot missile unit to punish any big armored pieces because it's not like Marauder Horsemen are going to be taking down dinosaurs.
Yeah, and those Marauder champions too should trade up against the Saurus warriors if I am correct. So this could be a sweep for Norska, but I think it'll depend on how well Wulfric does in the coming fight. Meanwhile, for skirmishing, we have some Marauder horsemen actually getting punished pretty hard by the triple Pterodon rider. I would expect those horsemen to be routing in just a bit unless they get closer to those hunters.
Now he's focusing the Werekin with his solar engine and doing some pretty good chip damage. An interesting choice for sure, but I guess he doesn't really have many better targets. Maybe the armored skin wolves if he's able to get on top of them, but certainly not a bad choice to go after the Werekin.
Yeah,
And
and
will we see a rock drop? A cheeky little rock drop here. Does not look like it. Gonna hold on to those for now.
yep, and these Pterodon riders for 0 are likely going to be doing quite a bit of damage this game. They do have free reign, and if anything gets routed off like those skin wolves, they should be able to chase them off as long as there aren't too many hunters around.
Yeah, and he could actually heal them too with the Earth Bloods. He doesn't have a ton of use for his magic, really, since there are no big monsters to heal up. So I'm kind of curious about the regrowth pick. But, I mean, Earthblood is never bad, so he will be using it actually on the front line just to heal up his spears a little bit, or his Saurus warriors, I should say. But they will still be getting routed off very quickly by this Werekin with some Marauder hunters. Ooh, and this could be a big boat.
Oh, and
Yeah,
it
ripping
looks
through
like
the
it
Legion
is.
of Chaqua and some Saurus spears. I don't
Yep.
think we've seen a pendulum yet. Ooh, a
Yep.
banishment going down on top of the Marauder champions, ripping them apart. Man, this is really good magic usage. Is the pendulum also coming in, dealing some serious damage to some Saurus. Really good magic usage in general here.
Yeah, but the Lizardmen front line is continuing to hold at the very least, which is it's looking good for them as long as they don't start collapsing because of Wulfric.
Yeah, and Wolfric already down to about half HP. Ooh, man, he just took a big hit from the Solar Engine, too. He's down to 5,000 HP. He's getting focused down by Pterodon Riders, the Scarvet, even the Slan getting in there and putting in some work. Now, the Saurus Scarvet is pretty squishy and it's getting focused down now. He needs to be really careful with that. Honestly, might be worth healing it. Oh, and Wolfric is broken with the
Hey,
plague, with the plaque of Dominion coming in to break him off. Wow, that's a nuts use of a pretty uncommonly valuable ability.
yeah, and that will likely be huge. Those Pterodon riders, all they
Oh,
need
he
to
needs
do
to
is
chase
chase off
him.
Wolfric.
He needs to chase him though. He's not doing it right now. That
Yeah,
could
and
be a
oh, he's at
huge
high
error.
leadership. Yep, there is the solar engine shooting him, but it misses, and Wolfric is looking like he's about to come back.
With that being said, the Werkin is losing actually to this Sara Scarvet, though not for long. Oh,
Oh,
and the Pterodon Riders, I think they need to pick one or the other. They need to either focus down the Werkin and the Female or Balefiend, or they need to chase off Wolfric. Now they're kind of like getting caught in between, and this might be enough for the Norskins to come back.
yeah, but
Although the
the
Werkin
Werkin is
is
out.
getting routed off now, and did he regrowth the Scarvet? I think he did, which is actually
Presumably
pretty
so.
huge.
It's the Scar veteran is where is he? Yeah, he is at fresh endurance, which means he did receive a regrowth, helping him win the fight against that Werkin, who I think is dead or shattered.
Yeah, and the female Balefiend also getting wrecked now, and definitely an advantage right now for the Lizard Men. Uh, the Pterodon Riders are out of ammunition though, so Wolfric has some chance to carry this game, but at only 2,000 HP, it'll be really difficult because the Source Scarvet is now at full HP from an overcasted regrowth. Man, I have never seen a horse Scarvet get this much babysitting, but clearly it's paying off.
Yeah, and now it looks like he wants to take a fight on with Wolfric, which should be pretty easy considering how battered he is. And that
And
could
also the
spell the end
Pterodon
for
Riders
Norska.
coming in from the rear. Wolfric, being a bit of a coward here, will rout again just from Pterodon Riders, and that should be enough to seal the game in the Lizardmen's favor, I think.
Yeah, even if Wolfric does live here, with the combination of the remaining dinos and the terror that they give, I don't think the Norscan infantry have what it takes to take him out.
No, and I mean the Marauder Horsemen still have some ammo, but it's not like they're going to be able to kill everything.
And wow, yeah, looks like Newport's fears about going up against Lizardmen were indeed true. And we're seeing here that just that source old blood on a cold one is really all Zero needed to win the battle here.
Yeah, definitely the MVP, though the Solar Engine chipping down that Werkin over the entire course of the battle just did a really nice job making that fight winnable.
Yeah, and now Wolfric getting chased off by those Pterodon riders now means that he likely won't come back. And we still have three very dangerous single entities left for the Lizard Men as the Norskins hit army losses.
Yep, very well played from Zero. He also made good use of the high ground advantage given to him by that map. Uh, Definitely not ideal for Newport to be attacking uphill like that, but such is life. And yeah,
Yeah, and I think oh, Source cold one. Whatever, Optimus fine. But for the I think the Pterodon riders too, going unimpeded for the whole game, just being able to use up the entirety of their ammunition, also played a big part too. And it seems like that the Lizardmen build from Zero just works out.
yeah, and that's despite the Norskins taking 3 Marauder Horsemen. Even though he invested pretty heavily into the skirmish game, unable to shut down those Pterodon Riders at all.
Yeah. Wow. A little bit unexpected, but it is generally said that the matchup is a little bit more difficult for Norska. I'd be interested to see more games with that matchup though, to see how that plays out.
Yeah, I do think Lizardmen win it more often than not, but certainly winnable on both sides.
Mm-hmm. And there are definitely a whole bunch of very swingy spells and abilities that can turn the tide extremely quickly.
Oh, interesting. Newport looks like he had a little bit of a mix-up. He picked his bans for greenskins rather than Norska, which really does explain the choice to ban the vampire counts, which are typically not that scary for Norska.
Yeah, although Lizardmen would still be an upward battle for greenskins, I feel.
True, but maybe not as much of one as the counts would be. Hard to say.
For sure, for sure. Definitely matchups I'm not super familiar with, so I won't give any concrete points there.
Well,
And
interestingly enough, Zero picking greenskins right now, and he will be banning lizardmen instead of counts, and pirates, of course, the obligatory ban. So we could see counts against greenskins.
that would be interesting. It does change up the narrative that we have built up thus far. But an interesting matchup for sure. Now, we did see that earlier today. Um, with the what's it? With the greenskins bringing a whole bunch of AoEs into the matchup. And then actually I forgot the results of that match. Could you
Greenskins ended
remind
up
me?
winning it. They managed to keep their archers alive and snipe the mortis, and it carried the day.
Yes, thank you very much. So we could see a repeat of that. Although Newport is hovering Empire, which I think people regard as a bad matchup for Empire.
Well, I think this has been turning more in favor of the Empire in the public opinion, and I actually think it's a pretty even matchup. I'm pretty happy to play either side of this one. Empire have quite a few tools and strategies that they can use to deal with greenskins. They can use Franz or Volkmar. They have fire magic or beast magic or life magic that are all pretty good here. Outriders with grenade launchers can be really good. Huntsman or Outrider spam can be pretty good. And honestly, just all around, Empire has the tools they need to deal with greenskins. It might not be an even matchup, but it's certainly a winnable one on the Empire side, I think.
Yeah, I think so. And both factions do have a lot of options, and especially with some of the changes to fungi, like the reduced range, it allows things like Franz, what's it? Franz and similar lords to not be as afraid of getting cooned out by the greenskins.
Yeah, and I really like Knights of the Blazing Sun in this matchup. Fire damage against a lot of the regen on the greenskins is pretty good. They have magic resist, so Spirit Leech spam actually isn't as scary because it doesn't take models off. And their charge bonus means they can just cycle charge pretty much any greenskin infantry to death with impunity.
Yeah, it should be interesting. Now, for the greenskin skirmishers, however, which we've been seeing quite a lot in the recent meta, what would you say Empire's main way of dealing with those guys is?
Well, they can counter skirmish with Outriders or even Outriders grenade launchers, or they can just kind of fall back and play more of a turtley style within their state troops with huntsmen or handgunners, or even just use the outriders defensively in that kind of way. They also can go with war wagons, I've seen, but I'm not as big of a fan of that. And cannons can be used in this matchup as well to try and offset the skirmish advantage greenskins might otherwise have.
Yeah, I'm interested to see what Newport brings there. And also interested for the greenskin builds. We do see quite a few archetypes. Oh, it looks like Newport might have had a little bit of a disconnect, but nevertheless, greenskins do have a few archetypes. They have of course, they can blob up with stone trolls. They can go extremely wide if they want to, or they can go extremely heavy on cavalry too, which, although not especially fast, can hit extremely hard. And against even the 650 Borboi cavalry of greenskins, with their high AP, can pose a threat to Empire Knights.
Yeah, it's actually pretty interesting. I've tested the different boar types quite a bit in this matchup. I think that against Empire Knights, the Savage variant of the regular boar boys is better, but against Knights of the Blazing Sun, they're worse just because their leadership gets tanked on the charge, and so they lose frenzy. Uh, but of course, that also is very context dependent. I do think that all the boar options are pretty solid here, except maybe the Savage Orc Boar Boy Biggins, because those are just a bit overcosted. But we'll see. Which side would you like to go over here?
I guess I'll start off with the greenskins, and as I do, if someone in chat could let me know if the echo problems have been fixed, that would be greatly appreciated. So, starting off with the greenskins that Zero has fielded against Newport as the Empire player. Zero has brought a huge line of Goblin Wolf Rider and Spider Rider skirmishers by the looks of it, bringing in that poison and heavy damage, especially against unarmored targets like flagellants. For his infantry line, he has brought some night goblins, presumably with fanatics, and just a whole bunch of goblin and savage orc support in the back. Now, despite having quite a bit of mobility, he actually has no cavalry. So that means that his front line will have to be mostly defended by the skirmishers. So I'm excited to see how that goes. Of course, he does have Durkit Squigs, but they do not want to be fighting in a one-on-one cavalry fight. For the lords, we have Skarsnik, first time we've seen him today with the fungi. And if I could find them, a River Troll Hag, and a Goblin Big Boss. The classic gooning Lord combo for the Greenskins. As for
Meanwhile, on the
that,
Empire, oh, go ahead.
oh yeah, I was just gonna say, as with that out of the way, take it away with the Empire.
Well, we have Boris Todbringer with the regen. We have two Outriders, one Outrider with grenade launchers. These guys will definitely be getting pushed off by the Greenskin Skirmish Corps. We have an infantry contingent of the Sigmar Sons. It looks like 4 Spearmen with shields, a Bright Wizard with Burning Head and Fireball, a Manticore Summoner, and then it looks like 2 Empire Knights and 2 Knights of the Blazing Sun. So, pretty interesting. I think this is quite similar to Falcon's recommended build. I do wonder if it's based on that.
Could very well be.
Uh,
As it is a very nice template to start out with, although sometimes it can be a bit predictable. So we'll see how that plays out as the skirmishing phase begins. We have the Wolf Rider archers who will have a hard time dodging Outriders, but they'll definitely be able to out DPS them if they get close.
yeah, and I can't help but notice this. The Night Goblins. I just realized on the unit card, even though it only says regular Night Goblins, you can actually see special ranged weapon under their unit like information or classification or whatever. So I'm assuming that they are the fanatics. I don't know if that is visible for the players in game too, but if it is, then that's a little bit silly.
Yeah, a little bit of a spoiler there. Although, if I ever see Goblins, I assume they're fanatics.
Very true. Very true. I don't think anyone takes the regular ones.
Yeah, and now we see the skirmishing phase begins. Boris takes a little bit of damage, but the micro from the Knights and Outriders prevents most of the damage on them, and putting a decent amount of damage on the Wolf Rider archers here.
Yeah, it'll be really difficult for the Empire to trade cost effectively here. I am really curious to see how each side uses their magic, especially the Greenskins. Will they Spirit Leech Boris? Will they Spirit Leech the Empire Knights? Or will they Spirit Leech the Knights of the Blazing Sun, despite their magic resist?
Yeah, and we would be expecting that after a Spirit Leech
Oh,
comes
either
in.
onto these Outriders with grenade launchers as the Wolf Rider archers and the Goblin Big Boss come in to try and kill them.
Ooh, and
However,
Boris
Boris and the
lands.
Knights of the Blazing Sun coming in to defend them, so that Mither ends up being a little bit wasted.
Yeah, the Goblin Wolf Rider archers, although their arrows do good damage over time, even if they get a charge in, they don't do much damage.
Yeah, and we will see a Spirit Leech on the Knights of the Blazing Sun. Now, if I'm not mistaken, that won't take models off, but that isn't as relevant when there's no healing magic. Because, they'll still be lower HP and easier to kill later on. Now, a nice charge from the Empire Knights into these Savage Orcs, and the fact that there's no Mither now allows the Empire to do this with impunity. So, really nice decision making from the Empire, realizing that that tool is gone from the Greenskin side and abusing it. With
Yeah,
that
and
being said,
just
these Knights of the
continuous
Blazing Sun
cycle
are getting
charges.
kind of caught, and fermented fungi. Oh my god, these Knights of the Blazing Sun are going down fast.
So definitely a great pick from the Greenskins, but now is the time the Empire player can play a
Oh,
lot
burning
more
head.
aggressively. As the fermented
Oh, that's a
fungi is
nice burning
used, but a
head.
huge burning head.
Only
Actually,
19 kills.
yeah,
That's
missing
kind
most
of
of the
shocking.
Greenskins. In
Now
fact,
the River
the
Troll
burning
Hag
head,
actually getting doomed.
it actually just clips a few of the orc boys, but that's about it.
If he can goon out this River Troll Hag, which it looks like he will be able to, that'll be a huge pick. And the River Troll Hag being a little bit miscontrolled here, kind of suiciding into Boris Todbringer. The Goblin Big Boss turning onto Boris Todbringer. A really nice Fanatics cast, meanwhile, killing a bunch of these spearmen. But I don't know, this pick onto the Greenskin Mage is such a huge deal, actually. That's the Mither gone. I don't think she got off her Rock Drop. And that's Spirit Leech gone as well.
Yeah, and we know this is possible because the fermented fungi was used on the Knights of the Blazing Sun instead of being held for Boris. But despite that, Boris is actually taking quite a bit of damage now from Skarsnik. He will likely need that Manticore to come in to support him.
Ooh, they need
Otherwise,
stabbing onto him
may
as
go
well.
down.
If the Greenskins can pick off Boris here, I think it's enough. But without Mither, they won't be able to lock him down, and Boris will escape, and he'll regen back that HP. Doesn't even need to use magic for it. As I think this is looking quite good for the Empire at this point. However, if the River Troll Hag stabilizes back here, that would be a really big thing for the Greenskins.
And we see another burning head going down, taking out a group of savage orcs and goblins. And suddenly, things are turning out a little bit worse for the Greenskins. But we'll have to see how the cavalry presence works out for the Empire, as a good amount of Empire Knights gets caught out in the forest.
This is actually looking kind of bad for the Empire right now, I think. Fermented fungi onto Boris. They're really running low on ammunition and on manpower, and this little greenskin blob here is quite spooky, and the River Troll Hag actually does come back. So if Zero is able to babysit that unit successfully, then it'll be a huge deal. However, Boris actually not dying, but instead holding firm, doing pretty good damage despite the fungi. What? Did you see that?
What's up? I missed it.
That was the weirdest bug I've ever seen in this game.
Uh,
Boris just went back in time. Okay. Anyway, we can talk more about that later.
Okay,
In the
as
meantime,
Fireball takes out the
coming out of
Goblin Big
Boss. And the Empire pulls ahead in the balance of power. And I'm not sure if I'm going insane or if that was literally the weirdest bug I've ever seen in any game ever.
It might have just been on your side. I'm not entirely sure if I caught it, but the Empire is doing especially well, given that a lot of the Greenskin leadership is getting taken down. There's really only Skarsnik left to hold things together, and he is fully surrounded by spearmen, with Boris coming in quickly. You can see now.
Definitely an advantage right now for the Empire. They have so much cav left. They have Boris. I don't think that the Greenskins have a way back into this game. And kind of as alluded to earlier, the Empire has really done pretty well against the Greenskins lately, I think. I've seen them counterpicked into the Greenskins pretty often, and they tend to do well.
Yeah, and we can see here the presence of fermented fungi was definitely felt, but it didn't make a huge sweeping play, even when it did hit Boris. whether due to it likely due to good control from the Empire player, but a lot of the damage was mitigated, and Boris managed to survive multiple times.
Now, a ton of spells coming down here. If Skarsnik is able to kill Boris here, it might be enough for the Greenskins to come back into this game. However, Skarsnik getting rear charged, he's low on leadership, and yeah, I don't really see him winning this game at this point, as the Empire comes way ahead on the balance of power. The entire Greenskin army pretty much starts routing. Boris is pretty healthy, and it looks like we're going to go to a rubber match game 3.
Yeah, very exciting indeed, and I think Newport just controlled extremely well with Boris here, picking the correct times to engage to make sure that he wouldn't get gooned out by the usual Greenskin hero killing squad.
Mhm. Very nice play indeed.
And now we see Skarsnik goes down, and with the terror, it will be pretty rough unless a surprise pick on Boris comes down, which may still be possible.
I think even with that, it'll be pretty much impossible for the Greenskins to win. We will see, but no, it looks like army losses hitting as mass terror routes, and that'll be GG.
Wow. All right. So I think I was actually pretty worried for Boris there. I think if he got routed off and chased, there wasn't a whole ton of killing power left for the Empire. But then again, there wasn't much for the Greenskin side either. I think it was a very good scrap.
Yeah, definitely. I need to hold on. Let me save this replay real quick. I have to do it manually.
All right. Yeah, I would very much like to know what you saw go down. It seemed to have you shook for a second there. I'm not sure if anyone
Um,
in chat spotted it.
what I saw, and this is probably a visual bug, but I'm not sure, was Boris rampaged into Skarsnik, got taken down from half HP to like 1/5 HP. It looked like he might route, and then he teleported about 30 meters away, back into the sky, back to half health. So I'm guessing it was probably some kind of weird visual desync, but yeah, I don't know. Okay,
Okay.
probably just a weird desync then. That was incredibly strange.
Guess so. From my point of view, I saw Boris get rampaged, and then he just stayed at half health for a lot of the fight there, and then just escaped immediately after. So uh perhaps just a desync, but it does sort of present an alternate reality of what might have happened.
Yeah, I guess so. I don't know if do visual desyncs actually happen in this game though. That's weird. Whatever. I
I would
guess
not
I'll
expect
leave
it.
it. I know that has
replays
happened
can
actually.
desync.
That exact kind of bug has been present in past Total War games. There was one time actually in a Rome 1 game where I played a 2v2. I won the game, and then I went, and the opponent had won the game also, which
Jeez.
presented a bit of a challenge, obviously, in terms of the game and who should have won it by tournament rules.
Yeah. Oh man, and I'm guessing it wasn't spectated either.
No, it was not.
Okay.
Uh, I believe we replayed it.
Yeah. Well, that does make sense, but yeah, I think the way Warhammer stores its replays is it looks more at the commands that the players make rather than what actually happens. So when you watch a replay, it's more of a simulation instead.
That's how it's been in past Total War games, but I am wondering because it seems like it's very consistent even in SCM fights, which are notoriously RNG in this game.
Hmm.
So I do wonder if maybe they changed that a little bit.
Maybe, although there hasn't been an update in a while. That is strange that we just suddenly see that here. But
Actually, that should be
nevertheless,
pretty easy to test, huh? If we just go into a replay with some unit that got nerfed or buffed that we saved from this patch and we watched on the next patch. And if there are significant differences, then that just proves that it's just simulation.
I think so. Although, yeah, you are right that Warhammer is pretty consistent. And typically we won't see any desyncs. Alacrity saying that the patch will break the replay entirely, though. So
Oh, that makes sense.
yeah,
They're hiding it from us.
it's all a simulation. Well, nevertheless, not a huge impact on the game unless Boris had died to the fermented fungi there. But
Yeah.
on to the some of the game details. Um, yeah, when you do see Skarsnik, fermented fungi is definitely something that can be very powerful, and you will have to play around it. But as we saw there, with the right control, it's not the worst thing in the world.
No, and yeah, Boris is actually a really good option there. You don't see him very often, but he causes terror. He's a pretty decent duelist, and he does have passive regeneration, so you don't have to babysit him, and you can unlock the really powerful lures against greenskins. Now, getting into the pick ban here, it looks like it'll be Empire against either High Elves or Vampirates. Who would you expect Newport to go with here?
Okay, let's see. High Elves or go Empire. Oh, I see. Against Empire. Well, I was too slow on the draw. And Newport goes for High Elves. Now, I actually prefer Vampire Coast against Empire, but that may very well just be something specific to me.
Yeah, I don't really play either High Elves or Coast actually, so I can't speak from that perspective. But I definitely am not scared of any High Elf player as Empire, really. Uh, but a really good Coast main is a little bit spooky always.
Yeah, really, I think the main bad matchups for them would be High Elf and Dowie, whereas a lot of the other matchups are even or better. But for High Elf versus Empire, I think I've heard that Empire is slightly favored here, but I'm seeing in chat that people are saying it's the other way around. What are your thoughts?
I think it's a little bit better for Empire just because they aren't really worried about the heal blobs playstyle, which is the High Elf's strongest way of playing. I mean, Outriders and the ROR handgunners are just really good at killing like dragons or phoenixes or what have you. And on the other hand, Empire, like, they have really good artillery pieces in this matchup actually. Uh, to be precise, the Sunmaker, the Hellstorm ROR, is pretty common here and can often do a ton of damage to the expensive and fragile high elf infantry units.
Yeah, as for the High Elf side, and I'm not super familiar with this matchup either. I do think they have the superior infantry at the very least, but not in the same way that Dark Elves have that edge. And especially on the cavalry front, I would much rather have Dark Elves.
Yeah, I mean, Dragon Princes are not terrible here. And a lot of times you'll see actually a demi blob come in from Empire too. There are a lot of playstyles Empire can go for here.
Hmm.
Hyle's, you actually see a lot of Imric here. Like horseback Imric, I think, is the most common pick probably, as opposed to the more common Larry or Teclis, just because, again, that sort of heal blob style isn't really amazing against Empire. Although a Star Dragon can be used to turn a cavalry fight on its head.
Yeah, for sure, and that is one of the main advantages of the High Elves. It depends on what Lord the Empire decides to bring. Speaking of, now that we are in the game, would you like to introduce us with the Empire?
Sure thing. So on the Empire side, we have Karl Franz with the requisite Life Mage with Regrowth and Earthblood. We have a Warrior Priest with Soulfire and the melee attack buff, as well as the damage resist buff. We do have a Hammer of Witches, the Great Cannon ROR, as opposed to the Hellstorm. This will definitely do a number on any cavalry. We also have, looks like, 4 Spearmen, as well as a couple of Swordsmen. Interestingly enough, great swords, but no Sigmar Sons, so not valuing the unbreakable, instead wanting raw combat power. We have the Silver Bullets, Handgunners ROR, a couple of units of Demigryph Knights, just the regular variant, which I do prefer over the Halberds here, And it looks like that'll round out the build. So, what do the High Elves have to counter it?
For the High Elves, we have a typical infantry front line of Rangers. We also see white lines of Trace, which are a little bit less common since they're regarded to have pretty bad combat stats, but maybe they're good against, probably good against a lot of the Empire cavalry. We also have a single unit of spearmen to help out versus the cavalry fight. But onto the actual important units of the High Elves here. We have some archers, as per usual, and silver helms, which will get destroyed by those demogryphs if they get in a head-on fight. But there is support. We have a Flamespire Phoenix, Tyrion, which will act much like Imric on a horse, and a Mage of Metal, bringing the armor debuff. Let's see, Plague of Rust, and Searing Doom,
Ooh,
which
interesting.
should help in the cavalry fight at the very least.
I actually might have expected Final Transmutation rather than Searing Doom, but we'll see if he's able to get use out of that spell. Uh, Definitely interesting to see Tyrion here. Now, I guess maybe he prefers him over Imric because Tyrion doesn't necessarily need a life mage because of the Star or Heart of Avalorn, Heart of Avalorn, I think. But oh my goodness, that Spearman unit just got deleted. The Flamespire Phoenix already getting some decent damage in.
Yeah, surprisingly enough, no kills on the Phoenix though, but I think that's just a bug.
Zero
Yes.
kills. You know, wait, that must be a bug.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah.
It's the same as gyro bombers, I believe.
Okay. Now, yeah, the Plague of Rust. Ooh, already a Plague of Rust overcast onto these Demogryph Knights, but
Ooh, maybe a
Zero
bit
just
too hasty
turns
though.
around and leaves. Yeah, it's kind of the same thing as last game where Amither was a little bit wasted by using it a little too early, and we're gonna see the same thing here as both Demogryph Knights manage to escape, get a little bit of cycle charging, bait out quite a few winds of magic. Really nice stuff, but this rock drop could be huge. Oh, the silver bullets losing 19 models right off the bat. That
Yeah,
is so
this
much hit.
Phoenix has been doing really well. And we're also seeing the cavalry for the High Elves is getting continuously battered by the Hammer of the Witches.
Yeah, that's really good value there. However, there are 4 archers here, and there isn't a ton to counter them. So they might be able to do a ton of work. However, oh my god, Tyrion just getting absolutely pounded in the front line here. He's already down to half HP. A huge Searing Doom may be coming in, though.
Oh, and it
And it's a little bit
doesn't do that
disappointing.
much damage. That was a little bit disappointing.
That was a little bit underwhelming.
Yeah,
And Tyrion
but
is
Tyrion, he does
routing.
route.
He's the first unit off the field.
Oh
Oh
dear.
no.
He
And
does get the healing
oh
proc
my
though,
god.
but can he actually escape? We're seeing a huge route coming in from the High Elves.
Tyrion, the first unit to rout, is, man, that's gotta be some kind of like shame. There must be some lore aficionado out there going nuts right now because that just sounds weird.
Yeah, and
Meanwhile, the Flamespire Phoenix trying to come in, trying to salvage the situation, but Tyrion is dead, and the Flamespire Phoenix is going to get wrecked really quickly as well. You'd think the Rangers doing pretty well, but actually Greatsword's a pretty nice counter against them because Rangers don't have armor piercing, so the high armor of the Greatswords means they're able to tank very well. And
okay.
I don't know, man. Karl Franz is so healthy. This does not look good right now for the High Elves at all.
Yeah, we would need some sort of miracle, but Tyrion does recover, and if he can just get a few extremely good hits on the Empire leadership, it might pull the game back, but I'm pretty skeptical at this point.
Tyrion needs to go nuts, man. He needs to, like, he needs to redeem himself for earlier. Because that was pathetic.
Yeah, and a full HP Franz gets in one hit, and Tyrion is on the verge of routing again, heal
He
capped too.
heal capped. He heal capped and did nothing. That is amazing. I wish we had the damage value thing just so we could see like the 200 or whatever that Tyrion probably got this game. I
Yeah, he
mean, man,
definitely
brutal.
underperformed here, with just a slight misplay from Newport, ending the game in almost seconds.
Yeah, I mean, I really respect the attempt, but there's a reason why Tyrion is not typically seen, and it's because he's kind of terrible.
Yeah, and we can see he's now routing off. no amount of healing will bring him back up as he is heal capped.
Oh
And
god, the great
despite the
swords have done so well this game too. Look at them. They have I think they started with a chevron to be fair, but they get another full chevron fighting against rangers, the mage, who also gets gooned out. And one of the Demogryph Knights is, it looks like, about to go down from a Plague of Rust, Overcast, and Focus Fire. And Tyrion, like a little mosquito or something, just keeps coming back. Um, but like a mosquito, he's just gonna get swatted.
Yep, as Boris comes in, lands, and actually goes straight over Tyrion. So
That
he will
happens
live a
way
few
too
more
often.
seconds. But there we go.
Oh, and he gets destroyed.
Yep, on the first attack that actually makes contact. It takes him out, and with that, the rest of the High Elf forces retreat from the battle.
GG.
GG. Oh man, really too bad for Newport there. But just a little bit out of position with Tyrion, and a nice snipe from Zero, recognizing that. Just that really just decided the game there.
Yep. And I mean, Franz can do that to a lot of lords. It's not like Tyrion is alone in that regard, but still pretty funny to see.
Oh my gosh. But we did see outside of that, the Flamespire Phoenix really showing its strength there. It shows up as 2 kills, but those bombs took out like probably close to 1,000 gold, I think, worth of units with just the bombs.
Yeah, they did really well that game.
Yeah, of
Uh,
course the cavalry though weren't really set up to win out just build wise. And then yeah, and the great swords too. They did really well. I think they had some really nice matchups there.
yeah, it makes a lot of sense. The only thing that really threatens them are white lions and I guess cycle charging, but just high armor in general, pretty good against high elves.
Yeah, and a lot of those plague of rusts were focused on the Demogryph Knights, so the great swords didn't have much to worry about. So nice. I think yeah, so that's game. Zero will be moving on to the finals. Newport, you did well. And honestly, I think you could have gone very far, but we have quite a few good players here.
Yep, and
And
we will
now,
be seeing Zero against Valkanos in the finals now, right?
yep, that is correct. Uh so we now have the top 2 players coming in from the ranked ladder, climbing their way up from the top 10 to make it to the finals here of our first ranked league tournament to see who will be winning the what's it? The new DLC.
I'm going to step out for just 1 second, real quick, and then I will be back and freshened up for this final.
Wonderful. As I should probably get my screen blocker up. So there we go. So here we go. We have Valkanos and Zero for any newcomers to the stream. This tournament is open to signups as long as you have participated in the ranked ladder over on my Discord. You can go ahead and check that out if you would like to participate in the next tournament. But be wary, we do have some pretty skillful players as we see here today. But there are also a whole host of other players participating on the ranked ladder that you can get matched with. So I don't know where I'm going with this, but yeah, yeah. If you guys, I see, I see we already have some cheering for Valkanos and Zero, 2 very well-known players in the multiplayer community. I've seen them a whole ton in both tournaments, and I'm excited to see how this goes. Except, I think my Warhammer just crashed.
Well,
Oh
I am
no!
back. Not a great. Oh, my Warhammer crashed as well.
Hey, all right. Well,
Hey,
oh no. Oh man, if it's Steam maintenance time, that would be the absolute worst.
I think we should be okay for another hour or two.
All right. Well, Yeah, it turns out I forgot about that completely, but we just have one best of 3 that we need to get into.
Come on, Steam, hold it out.
Yep. All right.
Hold the door.
All right. So letting them know that we're logging back in. Oh my gosh. Oh, with the climactic finals getting kicked down
And
by some
like
Warhammer
a genius,
instability.
by the way, I forgot my drink, so I will go grab that and be
All
back in
right.
literally 2 seconds.
Cool, cool. Now, let's see here. There we go. I think I have found the game.
All right, don't time that. That was more like 5.
That was,
Is it Newport against Pugnabon?
uh, let's see. It is, yes, that's the name of the lobby. But, but we're playing the finals with, Valkanos against Zero.
All right.
Looks like Valkanos' entrance managed to crash everyone but himself. Let me just,
That's
message
when you
Zero.
know someone is a true Chad. This lobby ain't big enough for the 2 of us.
All right, so I think Zero is going to make a new one since. Oh wait, no, never mind. He's here. Never mind. So I think with all the technical difficulties out of the way, if oh hey, there we go. Zero can type. I think we're good. Let me double check the map, but I think they do have that set up. Southern Chaos Waste. There we go. And this will be Valkanos picking first. So, if you're here to cheer for Valkanos, Vampire Count main, if I am remembering correctly, give it up for Valkanos. I just said it twice. I don't know how to introduce players. As for Zero, I'll let you handle it, Dacder.
And in the red corner, fighting out of the United States of America, weighing in at 235 pounds, the reigning, undisputed world heavyweight champion, Moose Zero.
So hopefully we
And
will
that
get.
was almost entirely made up, by the way. He isn't the world heavyweight champion.
He's not a
I
moose.
don't think anyway. He's not a moose.
Well, with all that out of the way, I think we finally have our picks and bans, which means we have something to talk about. So,
Good thing. Good thing.
yep, as I can feel the deliriousness slowly setting in as fatigue takes over my body.
Yes. Yeah, we have to keep ourselves focused somehow. So
Yep, this isn't even a huge tournament, but but oh man. Anyways, we have a Norska pick with the ban of Vampire Coast, very standard, and Greenskins, I think a little bit less standard, although Norska can really ban by preference.
I do think we saw this earlier in the tournament from Valkanos as well. So he seems pretty set on these bans. No. We saw it from Newport and Zero counter. No, wait. I'm getting myself all mixed up. But no, I do think we saw something similar from Newport, and Zero counterpicked with Lizardmen and managed to win that game. So Valkanos clearly not scared of that matchup.
Yeah, and oh man, sorry. I was only slightly distracted during your during your explanation there. So I may have missed a good chunk of it, but yes. Yeah, I think we did see we might have seen something similar before, but I think Norska in general, really the worst matchup uh are Vampire Coast and then oh, okay, yeah, and Lizards once again. So this could be, we could get a repeat of the last time we saw this matchup.
Yeah, it's really
Um
cool to see this actually because you have to wonder, will Zero go with the same build because it's tried and true, Or will he mix it up so that way Valkanos doesn't have the opportunity to counterpick him too heavily?
Yeah, I think Valkanos has probably been keeping an eye on the stream based on what's it? Just based on his responsiveness for the other games and queuing up into the lobbies. So I would bet that Valkanos has seen Zero's build, which could definitely be a very bad position for Zero.
At the other hand, it's possible that Valkanos psychs himself out and picks something he's not comfortable with just because he's seen Zero's build. It can go both ways.
Yeah, I'm interested to see how they decide to play this out. Now, of course, we have gone over the matchup earlier, and I'm still pretty convinced. A lot of it depends on those Pterodon riders, and it seems like the best way to deal with them are Hunter Javelins, from what I've seen. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I think Hunter Javelins are really good in general in this matchup because with Plague of Rust, they can delete dinosaurs too.
Yeah, and I think that is pretty meta for Norska. As for the Lizardmen, I do believe they have quite a bit more freedom with the build that they decide to go to. Even going as far as going for full kite, although that is a lot less common.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the two factions in general. Norska is a very focused faction, not a lot of variety, strong unit types, strong archetypes. They do like one or two things and they do them well. Whereas Lizardmen, they aren't like the most versatile faction. That would of course go to probably like Empire, but they are very versatile all the same. They have a lot of different play styles and a lot of good units of very different sorts.
Yeah, and they do miss on a few areas of specialization, specifically on the range unit and heavy cavalry front. But they more than make up for that with many of their other units who act sort of unconventionally in the same way. Sort of, you
Yeah,
have salamanders, you have large monsters that are mobile.
you even have lizard outriders with the Razordon hunting pack, which I do think you can see that in this matchup. Actually, it's not common, but you can see it.
Yeah, that's actually pretty interesting. I would expect salamanders instead of razordons.
I think both can be solid here. The thing with Razordons is they actually do really good damage. They just have incredibly weird animations, so it's hard to actually get them to fire. If you can get them to fire, then they will wreck pretty much anything.
Yeah, we'll see if we spot any of those guys today. Um, yeah, it would be definitely very interesting. I don't think I've seen them very much. But to start off, as we load into the game, I guess I'll pick up with Norska, if you don't mind, and that will be Valkanos' army. Instead of bringing Throg, which we do see sometimes here, he has opted for Wulfric, maybe a safer option, but he will have to be careful that he does not win the monster duels. Wulfric is not an anti-large specialist himself. However, he does have the support of 3 Javelin units by the looks of it, which should be able to protect Wulfric as long as they don't get compromised. To stop that from happening, we have an infantry front line of Marauders and only Marauders, followed with a skirmishing force of Warhounds and a single unit of Marauder Horsemen. As we talked about earlier, there's also Plague of Rust, and how could I miss them? Some Familiar Warrior great weapons to help in that monster mash.
Yeah, and actually, it's three Marauder champions hiding in
Oh,
the front line,
big difference.
posing as regular Marauders. Yeah, not common, but you can see them. Meanwhile, Zero making some slight changes to his build. I say slight, actually, they're quite significant changes compared to his build earlier. He has, it looks like, 4 Pterodon riders this time around. He has a pair of chameleon skinks, 1 skink chief on foot, which is a Zero specialty. He has, it looks like, only 4 skink cohorts as his only infantry, so pretty much nothing there. He has Croc Gar with Hand of the Gods, the Umbral Tide Salamander Hunting Pact ROR, a Cold One Spear Rider, and a Skink Priest of Beasts on top of the Stegodon mount. So definitely a very kitey build. Also, I missed it. He does have one Skink cohort of Javelins as well. So a very kite build. Very different from what we saw earlier. I do wonder if Valkanos expected him to change his build up so drastically, but we will see how this game goes. I definitely think Zero has a pretty strong build here.
Yeah, and as long as he stays patient and doesn't take too much damage, he should be in pretty good shape. Now, those Marauder champions do not have silver shields, so even if they are facing the correct direction, they will likely still be taking a lot of damage from all the darts that come their way. And
Ooh, and
also, the single Marauder horseman won't
Hand of
help
the Gods
too
coming in.
much
It
either.
should goon the Metal Mage. No, Wolfric blocks it, actually. And he takes a ton of damage, but he saves the mage. Because I'm pretty sure Hand of the Gods would pretty much delete that mage off the field. So
Yeah,
actually, really nice play from Valkanos there.
and yeah, I think if not immediately kill the mage, it would get them routing, or very close to that.
Yeah, that's actually huge that he wasn't able to pick him off. Now, the Skink Chief here, only 350 gold. He's just going to sit there and be annoying, basically. That's his entire job this game. And that's kind of this entire build summed up, is it's the Lizardmen trying their best to be very, very annoying.
Yeah, and thankfully for Zero, the Norska build doesn't have a whole ton of mobility to help them out here. They do have the wolves, but any amount of firepower that they take will be permanent. So as long as the wolves don't manage to jump on anything, then Lizardmen should be good. But as I say that, the wolves actually do catch some chameleon skinks, and there's not much there to help out except for a Krokgar trying to catch up.
Actually, Chameleon Skinks are not terrible in melee, and they will push the Beast of Tashnar back. Who, I mean, the Beasts are good because of their anti-large, obviously not relevant against Chameleons. The Marauder Horsemasters already routing off the field, and with that, the limited mobility of the Norskins gets even more limited, and the Beast of Tashnar also get terror routed. So if they're chased off, then, well, the Lizardmen should be able to skirmish pretty much unmolested for the remainder of this game.
Yeah, and important to note too, the Beasts of Tashnar are very good for their extremely high missile resist of 50%, and with them off the field, Norska will be taking a whole ton of damage from skirmish here on out.
Yeah, and the Warhounds also getting pushed back. These chameleon skinks doing chameleon skink things. You try to chase them down and you lose.
Yeah, and
Very
Lizardmen just
annoying unit.
continuing to pull back. They have a whole ton of space as this map is one of the larger maps, if not up there with the largest. And we're
These
also seeing
javelins might be a little bit out of position here. I do wonder if, yeah, Lizardmen coming down, trying to goon them. This is just classic kite, like almost like a Lotus Moon type style, trying to isolate the enemy units and pick them off one by one, and just slowly grind the enemy down. Ooh, a huge rock drop deletes the javelin unit. Oh my god.
Yeah, we can see they should be routing in just a second. And
Yep,
if they route towards the edge of the map, that would be their doom. But it looks like they go in a good direction for Norska. However, we're actually seeing another Norskan Warhound unit getting routed off.
Hand of the Gods. And it looks like it is being targeted at Wolfric, interestingly enough. And Wolfric down to 8k HP. I probably would have rather seen it on the Sorcerer of Metal, but, you know, it's still going to be damage, and damage is damage.
Yeah, I have a theory for the Lord of Metal, actually. Given that Lizardman is kiting here, a lot of those spells aren't extremely useful. Final Transmutation won't be hitting too many units, and Plague of Rust can really just be avoided by running away.
Very true. Actually, the Skink Priest of Beasts, I haven't noticed this until now. His missile attacks, he's up to 85 kills on almost entirely Marauder champions. He is single-handedly destroying this Norskan front line. Oh my god. That is crazy. You almost never see regular Stegodons. But in this case, it is doing amazingly well.
Yeah, and there's nothing really that Norska can do to catch up to it. To try to chase it aggressively would just be Norska's doom there.
Yeah, I mean, 50 speed isn't a lot, but it's a lot more than Marauder Champions 35, especially when they have so much poison available on the Lizardman roster. And this
Yeah,
is brutal, I have to say. I know, I think Valkanos is a player who doesn't enjoy being kited. I do wonder if this might be kind of a tilting game if he loses this one.
yeah, and
And, ooh, a
especially rough
Manticore's
too,
coming.
since these finals are a best of 3, and that would put Valkanos one game away from getting knocked out.
Yeah, yeah, and you definitely need to be very tough mentally in order to come back from a 1-0 deficit in a best of 3 when it's high stakes like this. Now, Gar coming in, trying to kill these javelins. Oh my god, this is brutal. This is so much damage. 3 Norskin units getting routed off there. Rock drops could come in here, I think. Looks like not quite yet. But man, this skink chief, the skink chief of beasts, up to 103 kills. And man, the Manticore going in, doing another 1,000 damage to Wolfric. This is absolutely brutal stuff. The balance of power quite substantially in the favor of Lizardmen. A little bit of lag here,
Yep.
but
But
thankfully it will
yeah,
dissipate.
and yeah, Lizardman is doing extremely well. They are starting to run out of ammunition, but with all of the abilities being used on Wolfric, I think Krokgar could probably just clean out the rest of the Norskin forces here.
And a final transmutation overcast going down on Pterodon riders. I really don't agree with this because they're almost out of ammo. It will nuke them. It will pretty much delete them from the game, but they aren't going to be that relevant in the late game anyway. So I'm not sure. I think saving that for Krotgar might have been better.
I think so too, especially since all those Pterodons have used up most of their ammo at this point, having basically gone all the value that they could have. Routing them off likely won't be able to do much. And the major threats for Norska are those single entity monsters. We have the Skink Priests of Beasts coming in to deal even more damage than he already
Oh,
has.
I
We
didn't
have
notice this
Krokgar at
until
full
now
HP
somehow.
too.
The skink priest has Amber Spear rather than Flock of Doom. You would expect Flock of Doom because of the low armor of the Norskins, but I guess maybe he predicted or somehow knew that the Marauder champions would be coming in, and the Amber Spear will just delete them because it pretty much ignores armor.
Yeah, and yeah, at this point, we see those Fimir Warrior Great Weapons are getting taken out by Krokgar while Wolfric is a little bit too far away. And this will likely be game unless Wolfric pulls out a miracle.
Yeah, and just really, really brilliant play from Zero this game. This is like an absolute clinic in kite. Now, Hunter of Champions onto Krotgar. This is where the Norskins have some chance to come back into it, but a full surround with Krotgar and the Stegodon and all of this chaff coming in. There's no anti-blob tools anymore because of the final transmutation overcast going down earlier. Wolfric is routing, and this looks like a very decisive win from Zero in game 1.
And GG taking out the very scary Norska army there. We do see in chat people talking about the 360-degree fire, but for single entities, it does not count towards the maximum of 6.
And I'm disconnected from Steam. I don't know. Are you as well?
Ooh, I sure hope not. We have indeed been disconnected from Steam.
Well,
Now,
this is certainly some fourth quarter drama.
indeed it is. Now, these disconnects usually last about 10 minutes, I think. Uh,
It's really quite variable, I think.
okay, so I think we may take a short break to see if it comes back. We can still watch a replay at the very least. Finishing up with Grombrindle's replay while Steam fixes itself. And if it does, we can finish off the finals. And if not, we'll have to figure out something out with the players. Now, let's see. While I work this out with the players, would you like to give some more thoughts on that wonderful skirmish lizardman build that we just witnessed?
Well, Lizardmen have two real play styles against Northkid. They can either go full kite or they can go box, and it's really difficult to prep for both. Uh, Zero, going with the box build earlier, Zero, more of a box player than a kite player. I think Valkanos went with his gut, took a risk, and went heavily against that box play style. And unfortunately for him, ran into a full kite build, and yeah, it just did not work out from there. I mean, it would have been incredibly tough to win. I do wonder if Zero had some premonition as to Valkanos' exact build, because I can't imagine why else you would bring an Amber Spear as opposed to the more usual Flock of Doom. The Amber Spear, like, it should be pretty much explicitly to counter Marauder champions. And Marauder champions are not super meta in that matchup, I don't think. Yet we saw three of them, and they were just perfectly countered.
Yeah, yeah, and man, and this it's especially bad too because just because of all the possibilities lizardmen can bring. Norska will they to actually prepare for a heavy skirmish build like this exposes them to already bad matchups and builds that they can run into. Like just like a standard lizardman box can already be pretty threatening. And yeah, I think it does show that at least today we've seen that Norska has been slightly disadvantaged versus Lizardman.
Yeah, definitely. Zero showing that he's very adept at that matchup and should probably be banned out of it from here on out, although this is the last series of this tournament.
Yeah, for sure. Something to keep an eye on. Now, while we do wait for the what's it? For Steam to come back online, I think we might as well just go over a replay. And then after that, hopefully it'll be back up and we can conclude the finals of this tournament. How do you feel about that?
Sounds good to me. So we're doing way two, right?
Yep, I think so. Now, Wei was saying earlier that uh he was happy that we didn't manage to get to cast this game. So of course I have decided this is the one that we will be casting.
Well, it is the other one that I have downloaded. I don't have any of the other ones at the moment, so
Yep, I'll get them transferred as you get in, and I'll be on standby at 4 seconds.
all right, 4 seconds it is.
Yep, and once again, I think we have Grom Brindle as the Proud Dowie against Chaos. Now this is a matchup that we saw earlier. With the dwarves winning, thanks to them being able to keep their gun line alive.
Yeah, quite a different build here, actually. Would you like to go over it?
Sure thing. As long as well, I do have the replays to send you. Do you think you could actually cover the chaos first?
Sure thing. So we have, it looks like, 5 Chaos Marauders with great weapons as the front line, a back line of 3 Chaos Warriors with great weapons, Prince Sigvald the Magnificent coming in on foot. How else would he come in? We have a Shadows Caster with Pendulum and Enfeebling Foe, a pair of Marauder Horsemen with throwing axes, double Chaos Feral Manticore rather than the hero variant, and 2 Gore Beast Chariots. So definitely a very straightforward kind of rush build. Try and come in with the Manticores and the Chariots on the flank, the throwing axes to take out some high armored targets, and the front line to just grind the Dawi into dust.
Yeah, a very standard build from chaos. Nothing too crazy. Although slight variances from what we might usually see. As for the Dowie, we once again see no Air Force from Grombrindle, which can pay off since Chaos will usually expect an Air Force and tech heavily to counter it. And instead, he's opted for an elite infantry box with flame cannons and, of course, the two Iron Drake Trollhammer torpedoes. For his lord, it's a Rune Lord for that slow. And an interesting and very nice piece of tech here. When your box is a lot tighter like this, you can take your Rune Lord on the mount to give the Locus of Power, bringing up magic resist to 40% for all your units and 55% for. Oh, actually, no, it's. Wait. 40% for all your units and 55% for the Rune Lord. Very good against Final Transmutation, which you usually see here. So very fun build from the Dowie, I must say. The elite infantry, a lot of hammers which trade well against Chaos Warriors, slayers for any large monsters, and iron breakers presumably for a chosen.
Yeah,
So,
and I guess go ahead and count us down for when we're ready to get into the game.
yep.
Unless,
So yeah, all that out of the way, we will start in 3, 2, 1. All right. So yeah, flame cannon is now shooting. It looks like the Rune Lord is actually blocking one of the shots from happening, but he could be there to block any fireballs that come in.
yeah, pretty cool use of the Lord there. Always good to block off any magic that you can from hitting your high value targets. Now, the
And
flame cannon is an interesting pick here. Do you think it's commonly seen, or is this like really off meta in this particular matchup?
flame cannon can actually be surprisingly uh, common here in that there's not actually many ways that chaos can punish it. Especially since they usually bring aggressive builds like this. And we can see here flame
Ooh,
cannons.
this Manticore.
Oh wow. Was that just the troll hammers managing to
Yeah, my
rampage it?
god, it's just okay. Goodbye.
Yeah, and now we're even seeing the Norgrimlings completely decimating those Chaos Marauder great weapons.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, this is a very nice start for the Dawi, as they will have the Master Rune of Negation as well. And oh man, the Iron Breakers take literally no damage between the magic resist and the ward save from the Master Rune of Negation. The
Oh, and they dodge a pendulum
Overcast
too.
Pendulum on top of them did like 20 damage.
All right, so yeah, definitely a very rough time for the Chaos here. And yeah, this engage is looking pretty rough. Now, there are the Gorby's chariots, which can slowly pick away at the hammerers, but the gameplay comes down to how well they can engage without getting run down by things like Slayers.
Yeah.
Now, they do get a really good charge on the hammerers, but will they get shut down by the Troll Hammer torpedoes? The torpedoes are now turning to deal with the Manticores, which will hopefully buy some time for those chariots. But pulling away, it looks like one of them might take quite a bit of damage.
Yeah, the Master Rune of Wrath and Ruin coming down, really slowing that chariot down and putting in some huge damage with the Slayers and the Trollhammers and the Lord.
Yeah, and an actual something really big here. And wow, another pendulum dodged with basically no damage on the hammers. The chaos side doesn't have a lot of elite infantry with great weapons. So these hammers are just having the easiest time ever cutting down chaos marauders and even chaos warriors with no chosen. It comes down almost entirely down to the Gore Beast chariots to get kills. And we can see here that that they're just getting shut down too hard to kill the infantry.
Yeah, Trollhammer is just so good against large targets and chariots. Really, like, a staple, if not the staple, of the Dawi roster, I think, in the current metagame. And they are just doing a ton of work.
Yep, they do now engage and get close to the Iron Drakes, but instead opting to turn into the Hammerers means that they eat a big volley, taking about 1/3 of their HP in damage. And at this point, it's looking pretty rough for Chaos, I must say, once again.
Yep. Grombrindle certainly showing that he understands this matchup very well. And yeah, that's not going to be Prince Sigvald's finest moment.
Yeah, routing off at almost full HP. A really rough time for
Yep.
Chaos here. Although
Well,
not an impossible matchup. I think with very good Gore Beast control, it can go well. But having some sort of disruption tool helps here for sure. Something like a Sartorial is something that we see the most often. And of course, losing those two Manticores at the start was really rough.
mm-hmm. Now, I do have some good news. It looks like Steam is back up. So,
So we should be able to continue on with the finals, and then see who will be taking home the new DLC today. Okay, I can see the lobby is up, so I'll be joining in and checking to make sure that all the players are available.
now unfortunately, my phone has died. And by phone, I technically mean my second monitor to monitor chat right now. So,
Oh dear.
will be
Well,
hard to see chat from here on out. But if anything important comes up, I guess you can just let me know.
yep, sure thing. Now, let's see here. All right, so we got all the players here, and as soon as you're able to get in the lobby, then we can continue on. Now, we had the first game played with Valkanos against Zero, Norska against Lizardmen, with the Lizardmen bringing a devastating kite build, shutting down all of the skirmishing core of the Norska, and defeating Wolfric with multiple Hands of the Gods and Manticores being thrown at him. Eventually, when the Lizardmen did run out of ammo, the beleaguered Norska sadly were not able to win the melee. A very convincing win from Zero, and we're going to see if Valkanos manages to pull it back. This time he'll get a counterpick against whatever Zero decides to bring.
Yeah, I am curious to see if Zero goes back to the greenskin first pick, which he used last series we saw him in unsuccessfully, or if he'll change it up.
I'm interested too. Let's see. If he does go greenskins, last time it was a Vampire Coast ban, and
I believe
I feel
counts as
like
well.
yes, and counts. Which it does leave some avenues open. We could see Lizardmen again, as they are a very strong faction.
Yeah, and we did, I think, see that matchup with Empire as the one counterpicking earlier today.
And one thing that actually does surprise me, though, is that we've seen basically no Bretonia, which up to now we've seen very often in the meta.
Yeah, that's true. I guess we just don't really have Bretonian players today.
Yeah. Instead, we're seeing quite a few Rush factions. A whole lot of Norska, a whole lot of Greenskins, and of course, Lizardmen. And here we go. Once again, seeing a Greenskins pick, but will he change his bans to match Valkanos? He does play
Yeah, I am
Vampire
wondering.
counts.
I'm wondering. I think counts would definitely be a smart ban here. Although Valkanos did lose that matchup earlier today on stream, so maybe Zero. Yeah,
Yeah.
Zero not going to be very scared of it apparently.
Oh, and going for Tomb Kings instead. So,
Ooh, interesting. So
all
Valkanos
right.
maybe not feeling the most confident after his earlier loss in counts versus Greenskins, changes it up, strays away from his main, and picks Tomb Kings.
Yeah, and Tomb Kings versus Greenskins. I think it doesn't feel too bad. Of course, any undead faction versus a low leadership one will do pretty well. But Tomb Kings is probably the easiest of the undead matchups. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I would say so. I remember last time we cast, we saw this matchup, and the Ushopti Great Bow for the Tomb Kings like killed all of the hero squad almost right away, but then Skarsnik just hard carried the game anyway, and Greenskins won quite easily. And after that, I was like, well, this doesn't seem like a good matchup for Tomb Kings. But I mean, I have played it a few times. It does seem still, relatively even, probably a bit greenskin favored, but it's not terrible.
Yeah, there are options to deal with stuff like the Black Orc Big Boss and Stone Trolls, but they're much more of a threat. Ever since the DLC that introduced them.
Yeah, and I
Now,
think Tomb Kings actually have trouble with the greenskins just mass numbers as well. The infantry like Savage Orc Biggins, because they will cut through skeletons really quickly and really effectively. And yeah, Casket of Souls is pretty good, but greenskins are in pretty loose formations, so they aren't actually that susceptible to artillery.
yeah, although, what's it? With Screaming Skull catapults that do have a bit more of a wide area of attack. With loose formations, it's a little bit less of a problem for those.
Could be true. You don't see them as often, but they are quite effective. And greenskins can also go artillery themselves if they want to. I've seen Doom Diver spam in this matchup, which can be surprisingly spooky.
Yeah. They can take out single targets, like lords, and they can also trade into artillery if you really want to. But for the map, however, does it actually allow for that? We are on the Ashen Hall, which, if I remember correctly, has quite a few obstructions.
And it's quite small as well, if I'm thinking of the right map, right?
I am not entirely sure. I haven't seen this map in a while, if at all. And we're going to have to see if the players are familiar with it.
Quite bold of you to put it on the tournament playlist, I have to say.
Well, that was just taken from my map generating bot, which uses a
Oh,
little
I
bit,
see.
yeah,
Okay. Quite cool.
really
Quite
in
cool.
line with how the ranked ladder is set up. Except that list hasn't been updated in about 1.5 years. So apologies to any players that are surprised by this, but at the very least, if both players are equally surprised, I guess it is balanced.
Yeah, sure. And I mean, I don't think any of these maps are like ridiculously terrible. So I don't think you lose explicitly because of the map in any case. So it's not too bad.
Yeah, and it's always interesting too to see how players decide to use the map creatively. There are a lot of opportunities, especially on some of the crazier maps with uh, high amounts of terrain elevation. There are opportunities for some shenanigans to go down, especially with artillery. Although for this one, I wouldn't expect it. It does look like we have quite a few forests, though, which I would say is probably a downside for the Tomb Kings.
Yeah, I think in general their ranged power is stronger than the greenskins' ranged power.
Yeah, now for the greenskins, knowing zero, what are you expecting? Do you think it'll be a heavy stone troll play? Maybe some we'll get a monster mash.
I think stone trolls are quite likely. I also wouldn't be surprised with just a bunch of infantry like black orcs and savage orc biggins, as well as just a very wide build with maybe some cav and just trying to really swarm and overwhelm the Tomb King's player.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I guess which faction would you like to start off once we get in?
I guess I'll go over the Tomb Kings.
All right, wonderful. And wow, very fast load times on everyone. Let's hear
Very
it for the
nice.
Tomb Kings.
All right, so we have Cetra the Imperishable with quite a few spells. Looks like a fairly standard kit. We have Double Necrotect, which is very interesting because I don't see any constructs except for the Ushopti, which there are 3 of. We have Double Carrion, Kepperguard, King Nakesh's Scorpion Legion, some Skeleton Spearmen, another Tomb Guard, and a single Skeleton Warrior. So just basically a mix of Chaff and then a couple Tomb Guard. And yeah, just kind of a heavy metal rush build. Oh, and also 1 Screaming Skull Catapult. So yeah, other than that though, just kind of a rush build with a mix of infantry, Cetra on his Sphinx, and triple Ushopti. How about the Greenskins?
For the green skins, we do see the Doom Diver catapults that you
Oh
talked
boy.
about earlier, and actually a surprise giant hiding out in the forest. We don't actually see this guy too much. Oftentimes, it's usually the Arachnarok spider, but they can definitely do pretty well in a straight up fight, so long as they're not eating too much archer fire. For the infantry corps of the Greenskins, it looks to be pretty expensive, cutting out many goblins for black orcs, savage orcs, and orc boys. Probably just because the Tomb Kings will rout off goblins too quickly. There is a small skirmishing corps of, I think, just one forest goblin spider rider. They do have poison, so perhaps, really, I think they are just there to poison the Tomb King's army. And for the lords, we have we do have the Black Orc Big Boss with his immune to psychology, Skarsnik, and a Night Goblin Shaman, which is a little bit surprising for me, bringing Itchy Nuisance and Vindictive Glare. Oh,
Yeah,
and also Sneaky Stabbing.
I think it's for vindictive glare spam onto the Tomb King's Lord. Now, I am kind of concerned for the Tomb Kings here because he doesn't have any archers to take out the giant. And I'm also concerned because I'm really surprised by a double Necrotect pick when there's no big monster for them to heal.
Yeah, it really would just be
Surprising.
the Ushopti.
Yeah, I'm not going to presume that like he's like a newer Tomb King player, but it is possible, unlikely but possible, that he thinks they can heal Cetra, in which case he might be very uh, sorely mistaken. But we'll see.
Yeah, I will say though, there is a bug where if you select both Tomb Kings and use the heal on Cetra, the heal will actually go on cooldown, but it won't heal Cetra.
That's quite the bug.
Yeah, so I've done that before, thinking that I was getting the best value ever, and turns out it's the about the worst thing you could do. Now, hopefully that doesn't happen this game, as we do see the Tomb Kings are advancing. They are outgunned by the Doomdiver catapults, and since they do only have the one artillery piece, it means that a little bit more of their money is going into their front line. We'll see if that's enough to take out the Black Orcs, though.
Yeah, and I guess the Doom Divers can probably focus on either Cetra or the Ushopti. Player's choice. Both would be pretty great targets. Now, the
Yeah,
terrain obstruction, I don't know how big of a deal it is for Doom Divers because they do have an indirect arc of fire, so it might not affect them very much at all.
yeah, maybe only if you stay directly behind the mountain in the center. But even then, there are definitely many targets for you to choose. The Screaming Skull Catapult also pushing back the Forest Goblin Spider Riders. There's not really much that they can do, but they do pose a threat for that Screaming Skull Catapult.
The Doom Divers starting to get online, firing in now, though I'm not sure exactly what at. Looks like some Ushopti, so he's focusing them down first.
Yep, and presumably we will see heals beginning to go down on them, but it seems like neither player is really deciding to engage. Tomb Kings is vying for a better position, but I do have the theory that if neither player is engaging, one of them is probably doing something wrong.
Yeah, I definitely think it's on the Tomb Kings to move forward, given that the Doom Divers will be killing Ushopti and Cetra as long as they are allowed to fire. A really interesting deployment, by the way, from the Greenskins. I don't know if he was scared of a casket or what, but he just has all of his infantry hidden away, and so the Screaming Skull catapults can't fire in. I don't know if it's super necessary, but it's not really going to be able to be punished. So
Yeah, really the biggest threat would be if half of his infantry gets caught out of position. And with the Tomb Kings pretty close, if they engaged right now, the Black Orcs on the far right side of the map might not be able to get there in time.
yeah, very true. Maybe Zero should consider moving them up a little bit, just some light repositioning, but hard to say.
Yep.
Doom
And
Diver is firing and doing some pretty decent HP damage onto the Shopti. He will take one model out now. He really does need to use those heals proactively because the Shopti models will fall quickly, I think, to the Doom Divers.
yeah, and the Necrotect healing doesn't resurrect models, if I'm correct.
I don't believe it does. I don't believe it does.
Yeah, so that may definitely cause problems. We are now seeing the Carrion moving out to spot the greenskin infantry, and this is yeah, a little bit uncommon. They're actually in position to take out Doom Divers, and it's interesting that they're able to do this since usually we do see quite a few more skirmishers.
Oh god,
Um,
the Kepper Guard also getting taken down. They aren't actually healing. It's kind of crazy. The Doom Divers apparently kill every single model that their splash hits because the Kepper Guard are not healing whatsoever, even though they have regeneration.
yeah, that is actually that's actually pretty huge. It means that the longer this game goes on, um, there isn't actually anything being done to help out the Tomb Kings. And Vindictive Glare comes in on the Necrotect, doesn't do a whole ton of damage. So at the very least, that's a minor win from the Tomb Kings, and the Doom
Yeah.
Diver catapults might actually get chased off.
Yeah, the Carrion doing a really good job of harassing. The Greenskins don't have a lot to protect the Doom Divers, so these Carrion should be able to do some pretty good harassment. Now, with that being said, I don't know. These Doom Divers are getting so much damage in every second they're allowed to fire. They will change their targeting over towards the Screaming Skull catapults. I'm not sure actually who wins this artillery duel 1-on-1, but 2-on-1, the Doom Divers should have no problems, I think.
Yeah, as they do cost more, but the Screaming Skull catapult, if it does get lucky, it can definitely do a lot of damage. But as per usual, it does miss quite a few of its shots, and we still have all 6 of the Doom Divers online.
Yeah, I
Another
think
volley comes
the
in.
catapults will be taking out crews faster than models. It
Yeah,
looks like another Vindictive Glare coming in onto the Necrotech, doing, it's not completely negligible damage, though it's not a lot.
yeah, I would say it's probably a bit magic inefficient, but given the list of spells that Goblin has, um, it might just be the best target, as I think the Necrotechs are a little bit less armored.
Now, a goon attempt onto this Doomdiver catapult, but get back here getting used just to save the crew. That's kind of really cool, actually.
Yeah, a little bit of a of an aggressive play from the greenskins, but it seems like the Tomb Kings aren't advancing. So I quite like that play too. And
Although the
yeah, we're
Doomdiver
just
does end
seeing.
up routing anyway, so maybe a bit of a waste. Although it is just a short cooldown, not a big deal.
Yeah,
I weirdly enough, actually, I think that the Tomb Kings are positioning better, so maybe the Greenskins should be advancing with their Doomdiver, or should be advancing with their army. Like, the Carrion don't have anything to shut them down. I think the Greenskins needed a few more archers.
yeah, I think so too. At the very least, some skirmishers, but the Carrion moving into a pretty scary position
Oh
are looking
boy.
like they're ready to be surrounded by black orcs.
Yeah, they're definitely going to lose some models here, although it's not the biggest deal in the world. As long as they can harass the Doomdivers, they'll have done their job. And the Doomdivers, I wonder if maybe they should just be ignoring the Screaming Skull catapults and firing in on higher value targets, because they aren't doing that much.
Yeah, and they're also running out of ammo too, which is pretty important. They're at about half ammunition, but even so, I think if they were able to use the remaining half, it would be worth it. But Screaming Skull catapult shots coming in and actually doing very little damage to Black Orcs.
Yeah, I do like the idea of shooting at Black Orcs, though, instead, rather than just, handshaking the artillery duel.
Yeah, and really rough for those carrion. I think that was quite a bad engagement there, getting surrounded by Black Orcs and not really being able to punish it.
Oh, one of the Doomdivers comes back. I think you should hang them back until that Screaming Skull catapult is completely dealt with. But actually, just the threat of it is enough to make the Tomb Kings advance forward. And so, after all this, the Greenskins will be getting what they want, which is the Tomb Kings being forced to advance into their defensive position. And that's quite scary, I think, for the Tomb Kings. Though the Doom Divers have not done as much as I think Zero would have liked them to do.
Yeah, they got in a good amount of damage, but those two Doom Divers cost 1,000 gold each, which could be pretty rough. It does put the Black Orcs in a nice position though, since they'll mostly be fighting battered units, and especially that Kepler Guard. I think that might have a very huge impact.
And
And
the
it's
Doom
looking like
Divers actually not that far off from paying for themselves if you look at their XP bar. So it isn't disastrous or anything. It's just not super amazing game-winning type of damage. Now, he is still focusing on the Screaming Skull Catapult, which I'm not sure I agree with. Only one model left. And actually, Cetra and Simushopti getting caught by themselves here. This could be a game-losing play because the Giant and some Black Orcs are coming in right now. And unsupported Ushopti do not do well.
Yep, it looks like Cetra might be either trying to duel the Giant or trying to escape. And this is looking really nasty, especially with Skarsnik. I'm beginning to get flashbacks of the last time we casted this matchup.
No, it is, yeah, Incantation of Desiccation coming down. That's a really big cast. That might be enough to kind of turn this. Fermented
Ooh.
Fungi coming down, but it's not actually enough to rampage Cetra.
Yeah,
It's
it looks
so
like he
close.
just has a little bit too much life. And those Black Orcs are pulling back. It looks like Cetra's going to make it out of there.
Wow, that's crazy. Now, still, this is a really nice trade onto the Ushopti. Restores going down, though, means they are tanking it up quite well. And this is actually not a bad trade for the Tomb Kings at the end of the day, oddly enough.
Yeah, the Black Orcs too are almost out of the fight, and it might just be a full reversal with just a Giant surrounded by infantry, along with Skarsnik and a Black Orc Big Boss.
Though the Doom Divers are firing in now and doing a ton of damage onto Cetra and the Ushopti, and just so much damage in general going down onto Cetra. He's half HP. The Black Orc Big Boss and Skarsnik. Man, imagine if he had saved the Rampage, but while coming in now too, poison onto Cetra. This is a disastrous fight, I think, for the Tomb Kings right now.
Yeah, and he can't get healed either. And while trying to hit back, those Goblin Spider Riders were also able to poison just about everything in the blob.
Uh-huh.
Oh, but a
Now,
nice engage on the Giant.
This is actually turning, I think, a little bit with the Tomb Kings having better support right here than the Greenskins. The Greenskins winning on the flanks, and Ushopti summon coming onto the Doom Divers, but the Doom Divers are out of ammo, and so it's a wasted Ushopti summon.
Yeah, and honestly, that Ushopti summon could cost Tomb Kings the game here.
Yeah, that could have turned this blob fight, I think, but as it stands, it's still pretty close. The Tomb King is starting to kind of outgrind the Greenskins in this pocket, but the Greenskins winning in the other pocket.
Yeah, but however, it looks like there aren't any more Black Orcs to speak of here. It's really just down to the Greenskin single entities, who are going to have a pretty hard time versus all of these skeletons.
Ooh, a fermented fungi coming down, but again, I don't think it's the greatest fermented fungi cast because not much damage gonna be actually put onto Cetra during this cast.
Yeah, he's only surrounded by Orc Boys.
It looks like the mage is suiciding into Cetra, sacrificing himself. I don't know why.
Yeah, and he will very likely get taken out. Along with a lot of the other infantry here. There are Savage Orc big guns, but their frenzy has worn off, and they will likely get terror routed. And now it's looking really good for the Tomb Kings here.
Yeah, all of a sudden, the Ushopti summon is wearing out. Once that dissipates, the balance of power will be relatively even. But I don't know. This definitely does not look good right now for the Greenskins. He needs a big play, but Incantation of Desiccation, I think, is about to come down. Indeed it will, and that is a huge cast once again. Really nice magic usage.
Yep, Cetra now going in on that Night Goblin Shaman, shutting down any magic left for the Greenskins. And it's really just down to the three threatening single entities for Greenskins here. But Cetra can just cycle charge, and unless he gets killed right now, it's gonna be rough.
Ooh, he could though. And
He
the
gets low.
Greenskins do have some units coming back, and Zero has noticed them, and he's moving them in. But
Yeah,
I don't
and
know. I think he's about to get worn down before those units can arrive.
yeah, it is important to note though that the despite Tomb Kings having quite a bit of an army here shutting down all these single entities, a lot of things like the Ushapti and and the cheaper infantry are going to have a rough time for stuff like this, like Skarsnik and the Giant.
Now
They will be taking
the
lots of
magician,
damage,
the Night
and
Goblin
now,
Shaman does come back. Clutch Vindictive Glare could be enough to turn this game, and Fermented Fungi, but it actually doesn't rampage Citra, so he's just gonna walk out of it.
yeah, I think is that the third and last fermented fungi here?
It is.
Yeah, and honestly, those fermented fungi have been really underperforming this game.
Yeah, I
But
honestly think you could make a solid argument that they are what have lost the Greenskins the game.
yeah, but it is still pretty close. And the Screaming Skull Catapult did hit Friendly Fire Ushapti right in the back, and Cetra is actually getting gooned out right now.
Yeah, by the Giant and some Vindictive Glares, but the Giant missing, and I think, no, he isn't blinded. I thought that put blinded, and the balance of power relatively even. Cetra though has stabilized and is running away, and I think the Tomb Kings have stabilized this game and should be able to take it from here.
Yeah, however, there still is
Oh,
a
Cetra's gonna
Giant.
die.
Oh, and he takes out Cetra, but for the Greenskins, they're having the same problem back at the Tomb King's infantry blob, with the Black Orc Big Boss getting routed off. However, Skarsnik just barely manages to stay together, and he's putting in a lot of damage on those Necrotechs.
Yeah, and the Giants coming back, some infantry's coming back. This is a really close game. The Screaming Skull Catapult, that one model might actually rout off the Savage Orc Biggins, which would be huge if they could get in here. Actually, even the Doom Divers in melee could be a big deal if they can get in, just to tank up some for this Greenskin Hero Core. Skarsnik, ooh, the Giant
Oh,
coming in, killing that Necrotech really quickly.
yeah,
Man,
and the
this is a
Giant,
close game.
I gotta say, the Giant has been performing really well here, but he is getting surrounded by spears, which means he will very likely be going down soon.
Yeah, I think that the Tomb Kings have enough to grind this out.
Yep, another Necrotech goes down though, and Skarsnik and the Giant are at high leadership, but their HP is going down.
Yeah, I don't think that the Greenskins have a real way to win this game, but I don't know. We'll see. The Kepler Guard are regenning all this time too.
Yeah, that is true, and although it doesn't look like too many Tomb King's infantry units, they are about as elite as it gets for the Tomb Kings. And you can see there, Skarsnik and the Giant are about to get routed off as we head into the ace match with Zero getting knocked out.
Yep. Yet again, we're gonna see the third game in the best of three, and a really cool, close game there. Very interesting stuff.
Yeah, very patient play from both players. And we sort of saw both sides. Their artillery was trading very evenly for a lot of the game. So it was pretty hard to tell which players should and or shouldn't be advancing.
I actually think both players did quite well there, considering the circumstances. Not really any huge misplays. Just really, I think it was the fungi that cost the Greenskins the game.
Yeah, and also too on that one flank with the Black Orcs getting surrounded, I think that was a huge swing play for the Tomb Kings.
Yeah, they did a really good job. They, I think, got caught out at first, but they did a really good job of shifting their entire battle line to come and rescue those units.
Yeah, and the heals from the Necrotechs too, keeping those Ushapti alive. Probably surprising both of us.
Yeah, they we kind of doubted the picks, but they ended up paying off really well.
Really good play in general. As we head into the final game now, what can we expect from these two players here?
Well, it is going to be Valkanos's pick three, right?
Let's see. I think it is winner picks three.
Yeah, so it should be Valkanos. I would expect him to have his counts in there somewhere. Maybe counts high elves and then something else. Hard to say though.
Yeah. Surely we would be seeing some vampire counts there, but Actually, maybe not, because with your pick three, it's typically good to have three factions that cover as much as possible. And with vampire accounts, it can be a little bit tricky since they have some bad matchups. It really depends on how comfortable Valkanos is with them against the various factions.
Certainly true, and having a ban does help with that a little bit because you can eliminate like the worst matchup. But even so, like you said, you really want to cover all your bases.
Yeah, and then after that, we'll have to see what Zero decides to counterpick with. Should be very interesting. We are on the wasteland, and now this map is just covered in hills, if I'm remembering correctly. Actually, I think I might be thinking of the wrong map, but for this one, how do you feel about different styles of play? There are definitely some pathing blockers, which means that perhaps some sort of defensive formation could be seen here, which could be especially bad for vampire accounts.
Yeah, in a map like this, honestly, the better infantry and missile tend to win, or the better blob tools also can tend to win. Um, I will say one thing also, I believe this is one of the purple maps, the dreaded purple maps, if I'm not mistaken, which
Oh dear.
are quite straining on the eyes after a long day of casting, but we'll have to see.
Yep. Well, it could be rough for us, but it is the last game, and hopefully, it's not just two factions kiting each other for 30 minutes.
Yeah,
Although that
we'll
would be
see.
interesting.
I mean, the first game with zero kiting was very fun to see, just very good play. So I wouldn't
That is
mind
true.
seeing something like top level like that again. But yeah, it can also be a little bit trying if something takes a really long time.
Yeah. Although most matchups do end pretty quickly. Only ones that come to mind that last for very long amounts of time are things like double undead or Dowie mirror matches. But usually we'll see one faction rushing the other.
Oh god, could you imagine a Dowie mirror match for the DLC?
Honestly, we could see it. There's not much better to counter a Dowie than themselves if they get out of hand.
Oh boy.
But I do actually like the matchup. I will say. Um, it's like think of it like Napoleon Total War, right? At least what I imagine it is. I've never played it, but you have tons of gun lines, and it's all about that extremely careful positioning. There's a surprisingly little amount of cheese that happens in that matchup too, and it comes down to the micro. Very fun, although very slow, and you can expect it to take 30 minutes.
Yeah, that makes sense. I will say that this game in general doesn't have the problem of ridiculously long games quite like Rome 1 had. I actually think Shogun 1 or Shogun 2, sorry, had very quick games in general with like the slowest ones being under 10 minutes still. Rome 1, I remember there was one time a replay got passed around from a tournament. I think the game lasted in real time over an hour.
Oh,
So yeah, you can understand why that would have been terrible to play.
yep. That's longer than some best of fives for Warhammer.
Yep. Although most games obviously would not be that long,
Of course, of course.
or else no
Although
one
I
would
would be
play the game.
interested
I
to
would
see.
think,
Sorry, come again.
or else I would think no one would play the game. I don't think
Oh,
anyone can really be bothered to play a game where a single match will take over an hour consistently.
you say that, but back in the day when I played League of Legends, those games would last quite a while.
Oh boy.
Yeah, upwards of like 40 minutes to an hour,
Yeah, I
which is
mean,
not uncommon.
CS:GO, I guess, is another game that games can last quite some time. So I guess it depends on the game. In a game like this, though, I think anything longer than 20 minutes is going to be quite taxing.
Yeah, it depends a lot too on a lot of those games will have breaks and downtime during play. with Warhammer, you gotta be on point on the micro for the whole match. So anything that lasts longer than 20 minutes will definitely be taxing. As let's see, it looks like Valkanos is figuring out his picks, and he's going for a Vampire Coast, Greenskin Skaven, and banning Tomb Kings. How do you feel about that lineup?
Interesting.
Any
I
holds?
I would kind of think that a vampirates ban vampirates could be strong here.
It's true. Although, is 0-1 to take a Vampire Coast mirror?
Oh no, I meant to ban them and then pick them as well, so you face either greenskins or Skaven.
Oh, I see, I see. That is true, and looks like we're seeing Dowie from 0. The dwarves.
Interesting. So okay, we're gonna see Dawi versus surely greenskins. Valkanos, I'm not sure. I don't think he plays that much greenskins, though I do think he plays some. So I'm really curious to see how he handles this matchup, because there are a lot of different ways I know to play this matchup out.
Yep, and there we go. We do see a greenskins pick. Now, I'm not sure about how 0 plays this on the dwarf side, but we have actually played a game with him on the greenskin side. So it's definitely, at the very least, a matchup that he's familiar with.
Yeah, and I mean, I think dwarves will tend to do something similar in most games, right here. Whereas greenskins can do archer spam, they can do just mass infantry, they can go with chariot spam, artillery spam, all kinds of different things.
Yeah, I think greenskins have a little bit more freedom, but I will say the dwarves, they have a variety of different cheeses that they can do, which are threatening to the point where it's actually safe again to just pick a normal dwarf build versus greenskins. But I think the whole roster of guns and range units on the Dowie side are all pretty viable here. As long as you're very careful against the greenskins. In fact, I think a lot of the time for greenskins we're starting to see a lot more. There's a lot more standard play coming from them. But yeah, it really depends on how far both players decide to go into any specific type of strategy here, and if they expect the other to cheese.
Yeah, and you have to think this is also the final game of the tournament, and there is about $10 of prizes on the line. So you have to assume both players will be taking this seriously, and will they be willing to risk it all with some cheese when, I mean, like I said, it's not like we're at the final of an ever chosen, but still, both players certainly want to win this tournament.
Yeah. With that in mind, going heavy on, like, let's say a gyrocopter build for the dwarves, it can result in just a hard counter from the greenskins and an instant loss, leaving with no prize. Which, yeah, that might put off 0 here. If I were him, I would definitely be going for a more standard dwarf build, a mix of all the different types of Dowie units, and laying off on the gyrocopters a bit. As for the greenskins, the safe style for them would be some skirmishers for sure to deal with gyrocopters, and of course you'd want some rock lobbers to break any boxes that show up.
Wait, have we played on this map already? No. We
I
played
don't
on
think
a
so.
similar one, but not the same one. Okay. So, which side would you like to cover?
I guess I'll start with the Dowie. I'm a little bit more familiar with them, and it looks like we are actually seeing a pretty heavy gyrocopter build with 4 gyrocopters, 2 of them being brimstone guns. Now, this is a very nice setup to have, since the normal ones can kill any goblin units that come your way, and the brimstone guns are great for stone trolls, they're great for Grom and chariots too. So that really covers a lot of bases with the Dowie, but you'll have to make sure that you keep them safe. A lot of your money is in the air, and something like Azag could pose a problem for them. There are also a nice handful of miners, maybe even too much. They'll do well versus a lot of the cheaper orc infantry, but black orcs will generally be able to engage blasting charge miners before they rout. We also have dragonback slayers, very common pick for the Dowie, presumably to hold the back line. And they'll be able to protect the trollhammer torpedoes pretty well versus any spider riders that come their way. We also see the grumbling guard, which I think is a little bit unusual for Dowie here, but I think they'll do okay versus the black orcs, as long as they have a little bit of support, and some cannons to force the greenskins to engage. Oh, it looks like I also forgot the Lord. Whoops. We also have Grom Brindle too. Honestly, these Dowie builds are a little bit hard to introduce as it is very much a mixed bag. And we can see here that Grom Brindle, what's it? He's bought the usual kit, and he'll be good against any chariots that come this way. Although not too great of a fighter versus infantry. We'll really want to see that gyrocopter micro to see how well the infantry do against the dwarves. So with that out of the way, let's hear the greenskins build.
Well, the Greenskins have Wurzag with Gaze of Mork and Brainbursta, 4 Savage Orc Error Boys, 3 Goblin Rock Lobbers, including the ROR, triple Black Orc. It looks like 2 Goblins, and then the 8 Peak Loonies. Then we have a Morgub's Mangy Marauders ROR and a Durkit Squigs vanguarded in the back of the map. And to round it out, we have double Goblin Big Boss with They Need Stabbin' on foot. So I'm really curious about Gaze of Mork here because I think it needs to do really well, or else the Greenskins probably lose, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, those gyrocopters are a pretty big threat here. There aren't even any doom divers, which
Yeah,
will
I
be
mean,
able to pressure
for
them.
archers, can they stop 4 gyros from just killing whatever they want?
And now, what's it for the greenskins? There are a few options here, and one is actually to just advance with your army and get as much damage in with your rock lobbers as you can before they get shut down by gyrocopters. But there are quite a few archers here that are able to support, and you can see they do a pretty good job keeping the gyros away at the very least.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see what the target prioritization will be from Zero. I also really do not know what Gaze of Mork does to gyrocopters. Do you have any idea?
It does decent damage, but not nearly as much as it would to too many other targets. The gyrocopters will generally have a hard time dodging it, but their extremely high armor of 100 means you actually need a few gazes of Mork to shut them down. And oh wow, it looks like we see some bombs being dropped in on the rock lobbers.
That Gaze of Mork does basically nothing. And this is basically going to be Zero trying to micro and Valkanos hoping he miss micros.
Yeah, but we're actually seeing some very nice micro from Zero right now. The gyrocopters have dodged most of the damage, and another bombing run is going down on the rock lobbers, which looks to nearly get them routed off.
I do think he needs to pull back his main force a little bit, and I think he has actually now. Very nice move, just to ensure that they aren't taking unnecessary damage right now.
Oh, and actually, one of the gyrocopter units does get hit pretty hard by the archer fire, and it looks
Ooh, and
like
Gaze of Mork. Will it
one of
lose a
them might go
model?
down.
Half HP, but it will not quite lose a model. And man, a lot of focus on these Goblin Rock Lobbers, it looks like, which is interesting. I would almost expect a Goon onto Wurzag first. Ooh, this gyrocopter getting wrecked, sitting right on top of all these archers. It is unable to dodge, and it just takes a ton of damage.
Yeah, the important thing with gyrocopters is that you really need to keep them moving, since they do get staggered by arrows, and it means that continuous volleys can basically lock them down. You can see 2 miss micros coming in from Zero means that his 2 gyrocopters are on the verge of losing models, but they just barely keep it together. And until some of them actually start dying, their actual effective strength remains about the same.
Yeah, and I do think maybe Zero wants to be a little more aggressive here. I'm not sure. Uh, it's possible that the gyros could be more of a late game win condition than necessarily just an early game win condition. But I do understand also the fear of the rock lobbers killing everything on approach.
Yeah,
I'm just a
but
little bit
even so,
worried that this isn't the
even
most efficient
so,
trade.
we do see that the Rockloppers are still getting quite a bit of value. They've beat up
Yeah.
the Longbeards a bit, and they're actually starting to shut down the cannons. So despite some very good gyrocopter micro, the Greenskins could very well be trading up in this situation. Some more shots come in, taking out one Rocklobber, but up to a total of 3. But you really don't want those gyrocopters to go down. And in fact, without the bombs to bomb out the Blackworks, we're going to have to see if the dwarves have what it takes to kill that elite armored infantry.
I think a lot of it will come down to whether or not he's able to get a free pick onto Wurzag and the big bosses with these gyros as well. Ooh, these gyros a little bit mismicroed. Gazemore coming in will still not take out a model. That is actually kind of amazing that no models have gone down on the gyros yet, considering their HPs.
Yeah, they're surprisingly hardy. They have a lot of ammo, and a lot of the times the missiles can miss. But another volley
Ooh, but
comes in.
one volley. This I think will take models. No, still none. The damage definitely very evenly distributed across that unit.
Yeah, and once again, it looks like we just have a standoff between the two players. Although this time it is a bit different. The Greenskins do not want to advance since they're looking to defend the Rock Lobbers. And the Dowie don't really want to advance either, just so that they can get maximum damage from the gyrocopters. But I will say, those 8-peak loonies can do a lot of damage to you, and it is really on Zero to get some steam gyros on them to shut down their their fanatics.
Now some more rock drops coming in on top of these rock lobbers. Should do some pretty good damage. And also he moved up these Bugman's Rangers. And he's using the Bugman's Rangers onto the rock lobbers as well. Really trying his hardest to shut these rock lobbers down. Actually,
Yeah, and
pretty cool play.
The Bugmans aren't really too afraid of the Wolf Rider archers either, just because they have charge defense. They have pretty good combat stats, and there's not actually any cavalry that can catch them. So once again, the aggressive Bugman's Ranger play, looking actually surprisingly strong.
Yeah, and a switch of targets now, starting to goon out Wurzag with this one unit of brimstone guns. It will take a while, but I think he will eventually go down. I don't know if it's even really possible for the Greenskins to defend him throughout the entire game. So I do wonder if the Greenskins need to start getting aggressive here and just cut their losses with the rock lobbers. They've certainly done a lot of damage to the gyros, but I don't know. I just don't think they have quite enough to finish them off.
Yeah, and I think the Rock Lobbers too, they haven't actually been getting too much value. They've done about half health damage to 2 Longbeards. But other than that, that's about it.
Ooh, this one gyro should lose some models here, maybe? Ooh, but some nice last-second dodging.
Oh, and we see a big play. Some Bugmans might actually get caught up by Squigs.
Ooh, that would be a nice
connect.
And, with that being said, Wurzag is down to half HP in the back now, and it's not like he regens. This is permanent damage. And it's damage that is just going to continue to rack up over the course of the game. These gyros don't really have any hard counter, and Wurzag on foot, definitely unable to dodge.
Yeah, while the Rock Lobbers...
These Bugmans might get saved. It's possible. It's going to be close.
Yeah, they're actually holding up surprisingly well against the Squigs.
Effigy to get, man, I really think he should have used this earlier, actually, now that I think about it. It might be a little too late, but that is a really nice play. Should get the pick on one of these gyro units.
Yep, some more shots come in, and this is definitely the biggest value that the gyrocopters can get. A Lord Snipe here is pretty huge, but it looks like one of the gyrocopters is about to rout off.
Yeah, Effigy to get was really nice on it.
Yeah, but it's surprisingly just keeping it together with 5 leadership, now -5,
Now
and they
it's
do
going to
begin
rout. Though
routing.
it still didn't lose models, and it will probably come back at some point.
Yeah, although we do have the Mangy Marauders running into catch up, and the frontline fight still not happening. It looks like the Greenskins are opting to keep those rock lobbers alive, and this time they are doing a little bit more damage. We see Bugmans taking a few hits, Miners taking a little bit of damage, and now a focus on the Troll Hammer torpedoes to keep those Black Orcs alive, presumably.
And this is gonna come down to, I think, whether or not Zero is able to keep all of his gyros alive and snipe out Wurzag and then kill some Black Orcs with them as well. I think the gyros need to get a ton of value. They have already gotten really good value. They need to finish off Wurzag, and I think they need to do a little bit more too. Because
Oh,
look
but
at all the
now
damage on this dwarf roster.
we are seeing a big play here now, though. Those rock lobbers are focusing down the Grumbling Guard, and with 3 units of Black Orcs, I think the Greenskins could probably just win
Ooh, one
against the
gyro's
Dwarves.
down.
Oh, and yeah, getting completely shut
Really
down by the
good
archers.
job of protecting Wurzag on his last legs. I really think Zero needs to focus more on killing him.
Yeah, it would be very big. That would be shutting down all of the Greenskins' magic, right? I think it is just some big bosses left, and it looks like we only have 2 gyrocopters left. One of them
I think
is a
three.
normal.
One is off chasing the Durkus squigs, which I'm not sure about the value of.
Yeah, they do have some ammo left, and they are just the Steam variant. So really, there is only one gyrocopter unit left that can take out Warzag, and it is pretty healthy. The skirmishing is also continuing, and it looks like I also missed the cannon from the Dowie getting taken out by the rock lobbers.
Yeah, I think that happened a bit earlier in the game. Now these troll hammers might be able to do some good damage onto the Black Orcs, but there is only one of them.
Yeah, these Black Orcs will have to be very careful. There are miners with blasting charges, and of course the Iron Drakes. And it looks like they're opting to take a front-on fight. So we're going to have to see how much damage they take on the approach. Also, a wild Grom Brindle, just charging straight into the greenskin lines,
Yeah.
with no
Now,
fear at all.
actually, one more Brimstone gun getting taken out. That's so huge. Wurzag staying alive this long is kind of incredible, and like, it's probably what might win the Greenskins the game. Like, I think they are slightly advantaged right now.
Yeah, and we can see now the blasting charges are going down on the Black Orcs, but like I said earlier, it doesn't do as much damage as you would hope, and those greenskins are still able to get the engage that they want, despite taking quite a few blasting charges
A
right
lot
on
of
top of
blasting
them.
charges. My goodness. I think he needs to kill the 8-peak loonies if he can, but I think he's already used all of the blasting charges.
Yep, only a few left, but you know the even though greenskins can or Black Orcs can take quite a beating from blasting charges, taking on full volleys to your whole front line of Black Orcs is still definitely a little bit punishing.
Oh, and an
And
attempt to goon out Wurzag here, but this gyrocopter is just going to get killed. It doesn't really stand a chance.
yeah, I think Wurzag is going to make it out of this
Ooh, this
alive.
Fanatics cast actually kind of whiffing, killing more greenskins than dwarves, and I think he needed that to be big.
Yeah, and suddenly this may actually be looking, I don't know, it is looking actually really even. But
Yeah.
one big thing is that the archers are running out of ammo now.
Oh boy. A big wall coming in. That might be enough to turn this game. Now, he does have double Big Boss. Should be able to goon out Grom Brindle really effectively.
And
But I
just
don't know.
like the
Can the Hammerers get onto these Savage Orc Air Boys? They actually do have good AP values, and the Grumbling Guard do not have any shields. You can see they're actually taking a ton of damage on the approach.
Yeah, and with that many archers, you can just kite back with them. And even now, the rock lobber crews are being pulled in just to stall out the grumbling guard as long as possible.
Now that we're in the late game, the gyrocopters are going to be able to come in and I think finish off Wurzag because the Air Boys are shut down, forced to run away because of these dwarf infantry units coming in. But the dwarves definitely need to focus down Wurzag. Oh yeah, that's a big volley.
Yeah,
Down to
but do they
500
have enough
HP.
ammo? The gyrocopters have 2 shots left, and there's only 2 of them.
Oh,
but
but
it
where's that
is
grouse?
just enough. All right, that is definitely huge. Without the leadership, the greenskins do not hold nearly as long. But it is a bunch of savage orc archers and 2 goblin big bosses against the remaining Dowie. And
He needs
honestly,
to
there
definitely
aren't
make
too
sure to
many
finish
dwarves
off
left.
Wurzag. Wurzag can still come back.
Yeah, but another shot comes in, and the gyrocopter with
200
brimstone is out
HP.
of
He
ammo.
needs to chase it off with the gyros and melee for sure.
Yeah, he's moving in, but those gyros are taking damage
I
from the
think the
archers. It looks like they
greenskins
will get
have
away.
this. I mean, look at the dwarves are
Yeah.
just running out.
On basically spread out over the whole map, we're seeing a lot of battered Dowie units. And there are still black orcs around, and these
Yeah,
archers can put up
34.
a good fight too.
Oh man, this is crazy. He needs Grom Brindle to carry, like super hard. But I don't know if he's gonna be able to against the double big boss.
Yeah, and especially with that infantry support, the big bosses will be able to continuously cycle charge in. More archer shots going into the Grumbling Guard, which, you know what, after all of that skirmishing, the Grumbling Guard are at pretty high HP. Them, along with Grombrindle, would actually be a pretty big threat for the Greenskins.
Oh man, look at the black orcs and even these goblins in the like top part of the map are able to rout off a ton of dwarf units that had all
Yeah,
gathered together.
Goblins too, chasing after Bugman's Rangers. Maybe a bit of an even fight there, due to the low HP of the Bugmans. But really, yeah, now that we're going into the late game, we're seeing the effects of the gyrocopters dodging for so long. The archers actually don't have any more ammo left to kill off the Grumbling Guard.
Yeah, but I don't know. He has like quite a few black orcs left. I think in melee, the greenskins can just grind him down.
I think so too, especially with the 2 goblin big bosses. And you can see Valkanos, aware of this, is actually consolidating his forces. As we're going into the very late game of this match, where both sides have close to no ammunition, except for 2 gyrocopters that do have a few steam shots left. I think if you use them extremely efficiently, they could definitely do a lot of damage. The fight
Actually,
down by the Dowie
the dwarves
backline.
starting to stabilize in the top part of the map now. This is wild, man.
Yeah, and actually the dwarves back at where they deployed are able to chase off some black orcs and goblins. So it's really just a small contingent of greenskins left versus the very spread out but powerful Dowie.
And the balance of power is reflecting a Dowie lead. I'm not sure if I entirely trust it, because Grom Brindle being so healthy versus the Dead Lord on the Greenskins is probably the main reason for that, but still.
Yeah, and so we do have the 2 goblin big bosses. And they are moving on to engage the Grumbling Guard. But let's just take a quick look at their stats. They are 40, 48, and they both have, or presumably they both have, the they need stabbing to debuff Grombrindle, which would put him to, it would put Grombrindle to about half of his normal melee defense, with a whole ton of melee attack. So he will be taking a lot of damage, and if he gets surrounded by infantry, I do think the double goblin big boss will be able to take him out.
Okay, I know this is crazy, but the Savage Orc Error Boys have physical resist, and Grom Brindle has magic attacks. That could be important in this game.
That is true. It is extremely close. And of course, too, even gyrocopters without ammo are especially good for for charging units in the back. Applying that leadership debuff means that that you can get large groups of remaining forces like this routing off the map. Even though gyrocopters themselves are pretty terrible in combat. And we're now seeing the remaining ammunition being used to shut down the Grumbling Guard. as what may be the final engagement gets started.
Yeah, and the dwarves a little bit more scattered. They're not able to get all of their pieces into this battle, which could be a big deal actually.
Yeah, and the
And they
Goblin
need
Big
stamina about
Bosses,
to go down. Yep, there it
they
goes. And
move in.
actually, Grumbindle kiting back the they need stabbing
Ooh, but it does
with
allow the
Folk
Grumbling Guard to
Seeker.
get charged in the back.
Ooh,
Without
yeah, from
Grombindle being
Savage
part
Orc
of the
Era
fight.
boys.
Oh, and
And the
those
gyrocopters
gyrocopters.
getting killed now too. These Grumbling Guard are getting taken down. They're low leadership and they can't stand in there against the double Goblin Big Boss.
Yeah, they do manage, however, before they go out, to bring the Black Orcs to basically no HP. So that should help a bit. But now we're finally seeing the Dowie forces coming in, and with only one gyrocopter shot left, it should at least be able to do some damage to those archers. But it doesn't look like enough. Grombrindle gets engaged on by the two Goblin Big Bosses,
But they need stabbing. You should have another one. And
and
there it
there we
goes.
go. The debuff coming in.
Oh,
And I
and look
think
at how much damage he's taking.
oh, he's already down to half HP, and it looks like he is returning a lot of damage back to the Goblin. He takes
Oh,
out
one
one
of the
of the
big
Goblins.
boss's routes. Look at it's almost army losses.
Oh man, and Grombrindle is actually looking like he's about to carry the day here. It all comes down to one Goblin Big Boss now, and a little bit of archer support.
And he's fresh. All of these okay, now he's active. All these foe seekers against the exhausted Goblin Big Bosses, it actually makes a huge difference.
Yeah, but there are still some Savage Orc Archer Boys left, and they are coming in to deal with the Bugman's Rangers, who, wow, the Bugman's Rangers have actually heal capped thanks to their regeneration.
Dude,
And
when
now
is
the
Flash
Goblin
Bomb coming back up? If
comes
he has
in.
Flash Bomb comes up. Oh, that's gonna be it. He's gonna kill
Yep,
this big boss, and that's gonna be game. Oh, the
and that's one
damage!
hit. It looks like he's about to rout, and
Oh, the
there he goes.
humanity!
Now, if the Greenskins don't hit army losses, the Goblin might be able to come back and get some very lucky hits, but it's so close to army losses.
They're so close to army losses.
And there we
Oh
go.
no!
I think.
Oh, and it's
And there we
what
go.
a game, dude.
Oh my gosh.
Well, that was something.
Well, let's see. I know I was talking about a shorter game, but that was pretty great.
Yeah, I didn't mind that at all.
Okay, so rolling back to about like 20 minutes ago, the game had a ton of skirmish play at the beginning. Gyrocopters between Savage Orc Archer Boys. And I think that actually had a huge effect going into the late game, because all of the archers ran out of ammo and they couldn't shut down the grumbling guard.
Yeah, I didn't expect that to be how the Doors would win the game with the gyros, but it was. Oh
Yeah,
my goodness. And the gyros eventually picking off Wurzag, doing so much damage to the rock lobbers. I don't know if they necessarily were like MVPs, but they were close to it. I guess the MVP has to be Grom Brindle, though. That dude went
for
ham in
sure.
the late game.
Grombrindle soloing two goblin big bosses with the double stacking debuffs, and also being aware of it, pulling away from the first they need stabbing too.
That's so, like, you have to be so aware and able to do that. Like, that's crazy how locked in these guys were throughout that entire long game at the end of this tournament. Like, really impressive stuff from both players for sure.
Oh my gosh. And yeah, that is as close as it gets, coming down to Grombrindle, a unit of heel capped Bugman's Rangers against the remaining forces of the Greenskins there. Wow, GG, and well played to all the players today. Wow, yeah. Yeah, I couldn't have asked for a better finals game. And with
Definitely.
that out of the way, we have our winner, Zero, coming in with some very close games, but extremely nice micro, and two extremely long kite games, pulling it out against the Greenskins and the Lizardmen. Manages to win the new and coming Wood Elves vs. Skaven DLC.
Yep, congratulations to him. Very well played.
Yeah, so with all that out of the way, I think many of us are very much looking for a break now. So I'll close it out, distribute the prize, and once again, thank you for everyone that tuned in today to come and watch our ranked league champions tournament. I think I might need to shorten that name, but thank you very much. If any of you watching would like to participate, you can join the Discord and get ranked to qualify to join for the tournament. And after that, uh, yeah, then you'll be able to join as soon as I host the next one. So I think that's about everything. Any parting words for the audience today, Dacder?
Nope, just thank you all for watching, and I will see you when the DLC drops in a couple days. Definitely hyped for that.
Yep, and we'll be seeing Zero for sure, as he has just won that DLC. So yeah, once again, thank you very much, everybody, and I will be seeing you all next time. Bye bye.